Konnichiwa. Hello everybody. Hi pages. How is everyone doing? 皆様、ページたちごきげんようお元気でしょうか? Hello, enjoy your lurk. Hello, hello. Hope you had a lovely day today. よく眠れましたか? 昼ご飯食べましたか? Sorry for the delayed start. I went to go pick up my my dinner. I have it right here. I had a few bites while I was trying to get everything started up really quick. But we're here now, finally. And I had no idea that the lantern rite has started, apparently. I did see the trailer for Zibai. It's so good. The art is so good. Is your banner up yet? No, I've learned the hard way that the lantern rite and the banners do not line up. I learned that from Shanyun. Never again. I'm never again doing that. Lantern rite and banners are separate timings. For those who don't know, I was focused doing on the lantern rite event so I can accumulate more primo gems. And I was like, okay, when I'm done with the lantern rite event, at the end of the lantern rite event, I'll pull on Shanyun, Cloud Retainer. But foolish me, I was not paying attention to the dates, and her banner ended before lantern rite ended, so I completely missed out on her initial release banner, and I had to wait. How long? A long time. I had to wait a long time for her rerun, and now I have her now. But yeah, when did her rerun happen? Let me where is that file that I have? Do I even keep up? Have I even updated it? I think it's on my desktop. It's like a it's just a notepad of Genshin banners. I think I may have deleted it because I realized that I can just check on the... Oh, they're just kidding. I found it. There it is. Oh, there. It's just one of the notepad tabs. It's like one of the best things that like Microsoft does a lot of misses, but this is a win. They added tabs to Notepad, and also it also auto saves. You don't have to like. I mean, preferably you should like manually save, but it will auto save for you, and it's been like the most useful thing. I use it both for personal stuff and to work. It's because it's so much more lightweight and faster than like using Microsoft Word. Anyway, let's see, Shanyun. I had to wait over a year for her rerun. She initially came out end of January 2024, and her rerun wasn't until March of 2025. Like typically, like a rerun will happen a year later. This took like a year and 2 months. Well, more like 2 months because she came out end of January. But anyway, I kind of want to update this now. Get the notifications out of the way. But let me see. I do want to... I kind of want to update this. Let me go to the Genshin wiki. Genshin wiki. Yeah, sure, why not? A different page. Go to the top of the page because it loaded... I just loaded a... Stop going down! I just loaded a page that I visited previously. I am not going to turn it off. Until you make the ads lag the website less, I'm not going to turn it off. Playable character list. Thank you. Release date. By release date. Actually, no. I'm gonna go to the banners. That's what I want. I don't want the character list. I want the banners. Let's see. World, not the world. Is it under other? Progression, monetization, wishes. Here we go. List. No, my history. I want history. Yeah. Oh, this is nice. This list is nice. It goes by version number. So, yeah. Venti was the first 5-star banner. Unique 5-star banner. There was technically another banner, but it had the standard 5 stars. But anyway, let me see. What was the last one I put? Escoffier. That was a while back. I have to go all the way down to version 5 point something, I think. Where am I? 3.5, 4.0, 4.3, 4.5, 4.7, 5. Wait, did she come out before or after Natlan came out? Oh, Escoffier. There she is. Yeah, she came out May 7th, 2025. Okay, and then also it was Navia's rerun. Let's see, Navia. Yeah. Okay, so I'm picking up from here. So next banner, Kanish. He came out May 27th, 2025. And then with him was a Raiden Shogun rerun. Let's see, Raiden Shogun. She's had so many reruns. Oh, just kidding. This is a rerun for Kanish. Oops. Yeah, this is. I had his rerun as well. Okay, I didn't realize. Wait a second, Kanish. Oh wow, I forgot how long ago he came out. But oh. September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Oh, his rerun was less than a year. Like his first rerun came out like 8 months later. Some characters get that. They get special treatment. Okay, and then oh yeah, here we go. Skirk came out June 18th, 2025. I'll look at my characters while we do this. So you guys can just let's see. Skirk. Skirk came out June 18th. And then the rerun with her was Shinha. A long-awaited one. She had like wow, I forgot how wow. This rerun was very long awaited. She did have one rerun like a little over a year later, but the second rerun has taken 2 years. Her last rerun was in 2023. That's crazy. I think it's because they just didn't have any. I guess they were waiting to. Yeah, I think they were waiting to rerun her until there was another cryo character. But then again, Escoffier. I don't know. I don't know what their logic is. Anyway, and then July 8th, we got Mawika. So that's when she came out. July 8th, 2025. And her rerun, and the rerun with her was Emily. So a little less than a year later, she got her first rerun. I still would like to get her sometime. I'm gonna wait for another rerun. And then after that, in version 5.8, we got Inefa. I don't have her. I do not have Inefa yet. I'll get her at some point. Inefa. Okay, when she came out, yeah, July 30th. And the rerun with her was Sitlali. And this was Lali's first rerun, not even a year later. Like 6 months later, actually. 6 months later. Her first rerun. Oh, it's choppy? Oh gosh, we're still lagging. I'm so sorry. I thought it resolved itself. Let me see what I can do about that. Let me see what I can do about that. I might have to close. Let me close an instance of Discord. Okay. Okay, let's give that a moment and see if that helps. I think it is. And then... See, yeah. And then the next banner was a rerun of Mualani. A year later, actually. Yeah, almost exactly a year later. She got her first rerun, Mualani. On August 19th. And then that came with a Chaska rerun. Approximately a little less than a year later. Yeah. August 8th, 19th. And then we got version Luna 1. Our first Luna version. Luna 1. Oops, I wrote Luna 1. I wanted to make a Lauma. We got Lauma. Lauma on September 10th. And the rerun with her was Nahida. Nahida's had several reruns. Rightfully so. She's a very good Dendro character, even now. I would argue that all the Archons are good now. Even little Venti, Venti got an update, so he's good, and he got a new weapon actually. Zhongli, he's still very good. He still has like the best shields. Aiden Shogun, she's not the best DPS anymore. Her DPS is okay, because of power creep, but she's still very good for like support, like for electro reactions. And Nihida's still very good at Dendro. She has some, like, I can like things pop dead when I use her sometimes. It's great. Obviously, Furina and Nubilet, they're still really good Hydra characters. Mawika she's good, but she's very, I don't know, I think it's because I don't have like proper artifacts on her yet. She's very squishy for me, but she does like her burst does very good single target damage. Anyway, I digress. The next we got Flynn's on September 30th. Flynn's, September 30th. And the rerun with him was Yelan. I still want Yelan, but she keeps coming out with like other characters that I would rather pull for or save for. She's had a few reruns already. September 30th. Stream is okay. Streaming seems to be okay. And then in version Luna 2, we got Nefer. I really like her. With Nefer, she's like a character that I would like a lot, but not enough to actually pull for, if that makes sense. And let's see, she came out on October 22nd with a Furina rerun, who's had a couple of reruns already. And it was October 22nd. Sorry, I'm like... Nefer. Here we go. And then on the next banner was an Arlecchino and Zhongli a rerun. And so Arlecchino only had one rerun prior to this. So 11. Oh, they came out on the rerun was at 11/11. Pop up least expected, like unnoticed. What? Oh, hello. And then Zhongli, who's had plenty of reruns, deservedly so. Okay. And then I don't have Arlecchino yet. I still, she's a very strong character, but I don't like her enough to pull for her. I will. I mean, I'm eventually going to get her, but messed up the entrance. I'm sorry. She has a very unique playstyle, though. I've noticed. No, you're dope. And then in version Luna 3, we got, where is he? Huh? Oh, there he is. We got Durin. Or Durin. Oops, wrong place. We got him on December 3rd. Along with a rerun of Venti with his update and new weapon, which I got. I'm very happy about that. He's had plenty of reruns, obviously, because he was the first 5-star. And then we got a rerun of Varessa. She's kind of broken, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have her yet. I'd like her to get her eventually. Not even in, like, only like 9 months later, she gets her first rerun. On the 23rd of December. Along with Shilonen, who got her, this is her second rerun. And then Luna 4, current version, we have Columbina. That's the current banner. Columbina. Did I skip anything? No, I didn't. Okay. And that dropped on the 14th. Along with a rerun of Inefa. Not even a, like, let's see, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. 6 months later, only 6 months later, she got her first rerun. She's a very good support. A very good support. You passed out last Genshin Impact stream? That's okay. Yeah, Moon Lady. And then we're soon going to be getting Zibai and a new Valette rerun. Okay. Sorry, that I just wanted to, you know, statistics things. Alright, we're going to continue. Let me check my resin. I still have time. We're going to continue the Archon quest. Actually, before we do that, apparently there's recommended quests for Lantern Night. I want to see what they are real quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, we need to do that anyway. Makes sense. Okay. Gotta go back into that place. We left an instance. Because it was just lasting so long. They need to put more breaks in these long quests. Like, I appreciate that they finally gave us a warning this time that's gonna, like, take a long time. But I really wish there were more breaks.
もう一度探そう。
Okay, here we go. She's in, I forgot what this place is called, but I think it's like the other side of the moon or something. There we go. The reverse of the moon, or the other side of the moon. And she's going through her memories, and she's able to, oops, she's able to like make a connection with like the real world timeline. What? Huh? I'm confused. Oh, I see. I see. I did this last time, but I forgot how it worked.
これでよし。現実に干渉したせいで空爆をかなり消耗しちゃった。今度は慎重により少ない力で手がかりを残してみよう。私が気月の夜に言ったことをみんな覚えててくれますように。
Where's the mirror? Oh. So yeah, she's like visiting like, or she's like seeing her memories from like things that she's done before, and now she's changing the timeline a little bit. For some reason, Bina related music gives me Kajira Yuki vibes. Yeah. I definitely. Here's Nefer.
ここにもない。ん？フリンズ。
おや、ネフェルさん。
ここで何してるんだい？まさか。
上に人員を増やすよう伝えてほしいと、イルーガ坊ちゃまに話してきたところでして。用事も済んだので、この辺りを見て回っていたんです。
Sorry, I'm eating while they're talking. Glad they gave Durin to Hisakawa Aya, though, because that would be too much typecasting. Wait, he has a very masculine voice, though. Do you mean like mini Durin?
そういうあなたもどうやら同じような考えを持っていて、しかも物事の裏を考えずにはいられない性格のようですね。
ああ、旅人の情報を集めながらいくつか推測を確かめたいと思ってね。それにドットーレに対抗するには相当な力がいる。旅人を救出するためにも希望の持てる答えが欲しいのさ。
One second, hold on. My bite. Durin has a male actor though. I'm confused. She often gets soft-spoken girls. Yeah. From what limited knowledge I have.
あんたもコロンビーナがそう簡単に死ぬはずないって思ってるんだろ？
あなたと同じように。その可能性を視野に入れているだけです。ましてや彼女は神。僕たちに神のなすことを予測できるはずもありませんから。
コロンビーナが気月の夜に言ってた。月光で私たちにメッセージを残すっていう話。覚えてるかい？
I could have sworn I saw a male picture for him. I'm curious now. Let me look up Durin. Because if it is Hisakawa Aya, man, it's just that just shows how talented she is. Where are the list of voice actors? it's Kobayashi. Oh, but it's still a female, right? Is it listed in the wiki? I feel like it is. JPVA announcement. There's a link to a Twitter post. She did Minidorina. Aha. Okay. That makes much more sense. Yeah. It's a male actor for grown-up Durin. Yeah.
もちろんです。僕たち二人がここで出会ったのもそれが理由でしょ。
どの辺が調査済みだい？
ナシャタウンの月光が指す屋外はほぼ確認しましたが、特に何もありませんでした。
私も碑文の館と手がかりがありそうな屋内をいくつか確認したけど、同じく何もなかった。ナシャタウンで見てないところはフラッグシップの部屋ぐらいかね。でもここに来たのは単なる消去法じゃないよ。
ほう。他にも何か理由が？
結局例の謎の助っ人が誰か分かんなかったぞ。
空耳か？行くよ。
If it's a person with...
どうしよう。
Oh!
入ってすぐ花瓶を倒しちゃった。この空間に入った時に発生した空爆の波が原因かも。でも私が追い出される気配はまだないみたい。気をつけていれば私の影響だと見なされないのかな。ここってフラッグシップ？確か旅人はここに泊まってるって言ってた。外の酒場の方には行ったことあるけど、ここは初めて。この空間は一体どういう仕組みなんだろう。でも確かなのは、これは単なる思い出じゃないってこと。旅人の話だと部屋はそこだったはず。ドアが閉まってる。でも今の私の状態がこの前の消えていた時と似てるなら、もしかすると入れた。旅人とパイモンはいないみたい。旅人ドットーレと戦った後大丈夫だったかな。今はそれを考えてる場合じゃない。まずは旅人たちに手がかりを残さないと。お願い、見つけて。
なんだ、猫かい。
この猫以外、これといったものは見当たりませんね。
確かあん
It
た
wasn't the cat!
ここで一晩か二晩過ごしたんだっけ？
はい。月の狩人レリルが現れる前のことです。その時に旅人さんと初めて出会いました。
ここに泊まった時、何か異常を感じたことは？
フラッグシップの夜が墓場と比べて想像しかったということ以外は何も。 そう考えると、旅人さんとパイモンさんは安らぎを与えてくれるお隣さんと言えました。
二人の部屋はこっちだね。
ええ、そうです。
人の部屋に無断で入るのは良くないけど、この状況じゃ仕方ない。ま、後で二人に謝るとしよう。
集中して。空吐きで壁に文字を書かなきゃ。あの季月の夜に私が言ったように、月が輝く夜に窓を開ければ月光に自然と私のメッセージが浮かび上がるの。
That's what she's referring to.
今回は力を緻密にコントロールしないと。
Oh, oh. What do I do? Huh? Hold and maintain? Oh my gosh, it changed. Oh, it's like fishing. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, 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 oh.
あれ、外から物音。旅人が帰ってきたのかな。
Mene mene
お願い。
tekel
この
ufarsi.
文字に気づいて。
どうだい？何か感知できたかい？
残念ながら。
Look at the wall. Look at the
最
wall.
後の場所も空振りか。
ナシャタウンの最後に過ぎませんよ。コロンビーナさんは友人が寝泊まりしている場所にメッセージを残すと言っていました。ラウマさんの家や僕の墓所にも何か残す可能性は大いにあります。
そうだね。こうなったらありえそうな場所を片っ端から回るとしよ
No, look at the wall.
う。待った。
何を待つの？おいら、食べ過ぎたみたいだ。そんな目で見るなよ。せっかくのお祝いなんだし、
Oh.
たくさん食べなきゃだろ。旅人、パイモン、
It's from a different time.
よかった。でも、お祝い？何の話をしてるんだろう。お前らが月の狩人と戦ってる時、おいらすっごく心配したんだぞ。今ぐらい楽しんだっていいじゃんか。
It's the writing on the wall that Belshazzar in the Bible saw before he died. Oh, I see. Excuse me. Sorry, I know very little about the Bible.
月の狩人。今って月の狩人と戦った後のあの夜なの？こんな前の時間まで戻っちゃったんだ。時間。この空間に入るたびに前回よりもさらに前の現実に戻ってる。しかもどれも私が月の影に落ちるあの時よりも
Thank you.
前。私が現実に及ぼした影響は過去で確かに起きてた。まさか月の影の中の時間は私が入った瞬間から過去へ向かって流れてる。もうすぐ季月の夜だな。
This is also the origin of the saying.
きっと今夜よりもっ
Oh.
と賑やかになるぞ。
Oh wait, she's in the moon's reflection.
で
That's
も
where she is.
コロンビーナが帰っちゃうのは寂しいよな。あいつ本当はすっごくいいやつだし。パイモン。ダメ。前みたいに触れたと してもきっと何が起きたのか理解してもらえない。それにまた無理やり引き戻されちゃう。やっぱり月光にメッセージを残してそれを見てもらえるよう工夫しないと。いや、期月の夜になるまで私だって月光で何かを残そうなんて考えなかった。今のみんなが思いつくはずない。本当に他に方法はないのかな。
落ち込まないで。きっと何か方法があるはずだよ。
そうは言っても、蒼月は偽りの空の向こうにあるんだぞ。それを越えてコロンビーナに会いに行くなんて、そんなことできるのか？
今は無理でもいつか方法が見つかると思う。
そっか。ひひお前っていつもポジティブだよな。
今いつか。そうだね。今の私にはまだできることがある。
何をするおつもりですか？
フリンズ、あんた隣に泊まってた時窓を開けたことはあるかい？
いいえ、この暗くてジメジメした部屋の窓は埃まみれな上に古く立て付けも悪かったので、月光さえ通しませんでしたから、わざわざ開けようとは思いませんでした。
月光。
ああ、あなたが何をしたいのか分かった気がします。
Oh!
少々お待ちください。店主がまだいるか見てきますので。
いや、そんなことしなくていいよ。今は一刻を争うからね。
Oh, she's gonna break it.
今のみんなは私の書いた文字に気づかないかもしれない。でも期月の夜の後なら私の言葉を思い出してくれる人がいるかも。私の知ってる情報をできる限り書き残さなきゃ。そうすればいつかきっと。
うわっ、おいおい、コップを落とすなんて眠いのか？
ちょっと。
I
じゃ
don't
あそろ
remember
そろ
dropping
寝よ
the
う
cup.
ぜ。お前もここ最近は大変だったもんな。
本当にお疲れ様。月の狩人に勝って私の名前を取り戻してくれて、みんなと一緒に期月の夜まで準備してくれた。今も君はきっとどこかで運命の不条理と戦ってるんだろうね。私が残せる情報はこれくらいかな。ずっとここにいられたらいいのに。でもそろそろ行かなきゃ。次の時間でもまた君と会えるといいな。もし叶うのなら私きっと。
みんなのところに戻るよ。
Remember when we got blindsided by your
コロ
jump
ンビー
scare?
ナまだ生きてるんだ。
それだけじゃありません。壁一面に
Oh, she put
我
more.
々のために手がかりを残してくれています。彼女は期月の夜に起こることまで書き記していたようです。残念ながら僕たちはその時が来る前にこの文字に気づくことができませんでしたが、
私はここにいる。この空間は時間が逆行している。私は進み続けている。
彼女は空爆を使って過去に干渉する方法を見つけたようですね。しかし彼女にとっての未来は我々の過去。
この文字は月の狩人を倒した時からここに存在していた。それなのに 誰の目にも止まらなかった。鶏が先か卵が先か。あんたはこういう問題を考えたりするかい？
存在と起源についての哲学的な問いでしょうか。そういったことは心に余裕がある時間にしか考えません。
Wait, what did she ask? Oh, do you ever mull over questions like that? I see.
私は考えない。起きたことはすべて規定であり、経験したことはすべて事実である。商人。正確に言えば情報屋は、その2つから伸びる手がかりを頼りに、未来の行方をつかむんだ。
参考に値する考え方ですね。
考え方というよりは、生き方だね。行くよ。みんなと共有すべき情報が壁一面にある。
Oh! And now we're going to... Oh, San Jone and Albedo. Finally we didn't make a breakthrough.
もう
今のところ博士のエネルギーの本質は空爆に近い体系に属しているものの異なる性質を持っているようだ。などくらいの空爆装置による影響はほぼ受けないと言ってもいい。君が錬金術に希望を託したくなる気持ちも理解できるよ。しかしこれらの本は実に難解だ。
どれも部下たちがフォンテーヌから持ち帰ったばかりのものよ。推薦十字結社のものもあれば、ペトリコール町の事件記録もあるわ。加えてこのゴミのようなマシナリーの実験報告書もね。あと私の術式が今いくつか頭にくるものを検出したわ。
頭にくるもの？
テイワットの空には複数の月が浮かんでいるでしょ。ずっと前に術式で確認した時は言い伝え通り3つの月が世界に存在していたわ。
Well, she's existed for a long time.
今スキャンしたら4つになっていたのよ。
Yeah.
一つ増えた。
The one that Dottore made.
最初は月がまだ3つあればコロンビーナも生きていることになるんじゃないかと思ったんだけど、でもその瞬間ある違和感が芽生えたの。3つの月のうち無事なのは蒼月だけ。
Yeah.
他はどれも残骸よ。砕けた月が生きているものとして認識されるはずがないわ。
What does that mean?
だっておかしいでしょ。死んだ月が生きている月と同じように扱われるなんて。これじゃ月神の生死の判別には使えないわ。もしかするとそれぞれの月髄を3つの月と同一視すべきなのかもしれない。そう考えると死後に残された3つの月髄が今なお月として認識されてもおかしくないわ。
なるほど。その推測が正しいなら君が検出した4番目の月は
Okay,
ド
so my
ット
first
ーレ
guess
が
was
作り出
probably
した
right.
人造月髄なのかもしれない。
まったくそんなものを作るなんて厄介極まりないわ。
やるべきことが多すぎるとどうしても焦ってしまうものだよ。サンドローネさん、少しリラックスしよう。イライラしているのなら気晴らしに散歩や深呼吸をして落ち着くといい。
こんな時にどうリラックスしろっていうのよ。私には時間と結果が必要なの。
ピッピピ
ん？フリンズさんからだ。
こいつの音ほんとイラッとくるわね。ああもうそれもこれも全部推薦十字の死証言と血髄のせいよ。
おや、タイミングが悪かったようですね。淑女がそのように声を荒げるとは一体何があったのでしょう。
何よ、今忙しいんだけど。
皆さんまだ碑文の館にいますか？
ええ、けど外に出ている人たちはまだ戻っていないし、何か用件があっても急ぐことはないんじゃない？私今とっても忙しいの。ちょっと一人にさせてちょうだい。
すごく重要な情報が手に入ったんだけど、聞かなくていいのかい？
そう、 なら話してみなさい。
ドドつうわけで共有するのかい？
普通の情報だったらそうしてたけど、今回のはちょっと複雑でね。直接会って話すよ。碑文の館で待っといてくれ。
Okay. Here they are.
それで、その情報って？
外に出ている方々や避難民の護衛をしている方々はまだ戻られていませんが、先に重要な情報だけお二人にお伝えします。
サンドローネ、あんたの考えは正しかったよ。コロンビーナは多分まだ生きてる。
間違いなくここ最近で一番の朗報だね。
時間を逆行している上に現れる場所も不規則。あの子月神って思ったよりずいぶんしぶといのね。死んでないだけでも十分ありえないのに、そんな状況になっているなんて。やっぱり血髄であの子の状態を判断できると考えて良さそうね。
サンドローネさん、嬉しい時は素直にそう言えばいい。
別に嬉しくなんかないわよ。それにまだ何も解決していないわ。ここからが問題よ。コロンビーナが
She's the biggest
時
tsundere.
間をコントロールできない限り、あの子のいる空間の時間はどんどん過去へ流れていく。時間の流れが異なるということは、私たちが交わることもない。このままじゃ出口を見つけられないわよ。
生命が一滴の水から始まったのだとしたら、時はどこから始まったと言えるだろう。星が生まれた瞬間からだろうか。いや、違う。コロンビーナさんが行き着く先は、彼女のいる空間が作られた瞬間のはずだ。
でもその空間は外部から干渉できないように思える。どうやってコロンビーナを助ければいいんだい？しかもコロンビーナがまだ生きてるなら、レリルとソリンディスも生きてる可能性が出てくる。それなのに二人があの空間から出た痕跡はない。
Oh.
となると出口がないのかもしれないね。
その点に関しては僕も
I
ネ
thought
フェ
that
ル
they
さ
were
ん
still
と同
alive
意見で
too,
す。
but they made it sound like they actually died.
確かにあなたたちの言い分ももっともね。とりあえずさっきの情報は全て記録しておいたわ。
君の研究の役には立ちそうかい？
ドットーレのエネルギー領域を突破する役には立たないけど、何がどうなるかは誰にもわからないわ。記憶よりも記録の方が確かなのは事実だし、このぐらいの労力は払うわよ。じゃ、失礼させていただくわね。アルベドから貴重なアドバイスをもらったことだし、これから静かな場所で研究に専念するわ。
ああ、私はここに残るよ。他にやりたいこともあるしね。パイモン、いるかい？あ、そうだった。あの子はファルカたちとナタに行ったんだったね。でも幸い、旅人とパイモンの荷物はここに運んである。はあ、旅人は一体どこにいるんだろうね。ん？これはメッセージ。パイモンが残したものみたいだ。
おいらちょっと出かけてくるぞ。この荷物の中に必要なものがあったら遠慮なく使っていいからな。旅人へ、もし先に戻ってたら休んでてくれ。早く会いたいけど、お前が疲れて倒れる方がもっと嫌だからな。パイモンより。
仲がいいね。パイモンの許可もあるし、遠慮なく荷物を見させてもらおう。うん。二人がよく使うものはほとんどここにあるみたいだ。へえ、丁寧に整理されてるじゃないか。誰がやってるんだろうね。
Me.
これは
Among the daily necessities, there's a photo.
写真機が切り取ってるのはまさにきらめく一瞬ってやつだね。しかも一番仲のいい人だけが見られるものだ。写真は撮影者の思いで溢れてる。これが上の方にあったのはパイモンが手に取って眺めてたから。
There's also a thick adventure handbook in here. A record of Cosmika's achievements and memories in Teyvat.
間違いなく旅人のものだね。これで決まりだ。頑張っとくれ。私たちが必ず見つけてやるから。
What?
ブロンニア、世界式で検索して関連性の高そうな本を持ってきてちょうだい。
I'm Polonia? That's crazy! Okay. Hello? Oh. Oh, I love reading. Okay. Ancient Law, Carter Sherbius. We were assigned to the same lab. I was nervous at first, since everyone said that he was a child prodigy. Since the disasters, such people are more precious than ever. I had thought that an institute star recommended by higher-ups might be more full of himself, but he's much better than I expected. He's just not the most sociable sort. No obvious symptoms. I made a huge mistake and knocked over an ancient geometry machine that took a lot of effort to bring back from the desert ruins. Oh, is this from Sumeru? The machine came to life and made a huge mess of things. Though he's a lot younger than me, he's really smart. I can't believe that's how he managed to tame the machine. Wait a minute. Maybe taming isn't the right word? Maybe the other engineers will look down on me for using it. But I really did feel like taming. I know modern clockwork machines well enough, so I can see the huge technological gulf between the two. Even disregarding construction, we will make little meaningful progress if we do not resolve the power issue. But I still have to be careful. I've never seen Elaine angry, and I don't want to find out what he looks like when he gets angry. A few minor symptoms. Wait, Elaine? Wait, that name, is that familiar? Like, I feel like I should know that name. I'm gonna search it up. Hold on, I have something in my eye, or my eye itches. Okay. Elaine Guillotine was, quests and events. Aha! Okay, so he was in Nouvillette's story quest originally. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's okay. Elaine Guillotine was a historical figure from the Cataclysm around 400 to 500 years ago. Oh gosh, the Narcissus Christ. I haven't done that quest line. I really need to do it, but I'm so behind on like every world quest. Not literally, but... Okay, so I kind of remember who he is. Took the day off. Yeah. It's one of those really long world quests. But I've heard that everyone says it's really good. Well, the ones that've done it anyway. Well, I shouldn't say everyone. The few people that I have seen that has said that it's good are the few that would actually take the time to do that kind of quest, because so many Genshin players don't read, right? Anyway, I can hardly believe it. Elaine came to visit me and even brought his sister. She's a lovely little lady, and unafraid of strangers. A fine day indeed. Oh. Did we learn about his sister? We discussed the idea of a thinking machine based on gems and tape circuits. I used the word discussed, but actually, I just said things like, "Oh," or "That's really amazing," or "How do you do that?" whenever he paused, and didn't make any real contributions. He was really into it though, and he behaved very differently than he usually does in the lab. His little sister is probably way smarter than I, a research assistant. It seems there are interesting upsides to having my disease flare up, but I prefer to return to the institute and help as soon as I can. Hello. Hold on, I gotta. I need to refresh my memory of what that we learned about Elaine from from a Nuvilet's story quest. Elaine. What? Characters that appear in this chapter. Yeah. I guess I have to go through the quests. Fine. Control F. Elaine. No, not the right page either. Give a me. Here we go. A familiar threat. Control F. Not on this page. Next quest. Control F. Elaine. Not on this page either. Next quest. Here we go. Oh, it's the shoot. It's after that moment of that cinematic of in Fontaine during that quest where it starts raining. And Traveler, we look back at Nuvilet, he's like, he's about to be sad. Like, oh, it's raining again. And then we turn around and look at him, like Traveler and Paimon, like, come on, Nuvilet. And then he smiles. I love that part. Let's see, a cinematic plays, and then Paimon says, it's raining. Oh no, Paimon forgot to bring an umbrella. Come on, let's hurry before it rains harder. The world turns sepia with only Nuvilet in color. Two people complain about the weather under an awning. Ugh, it's raining again? I've had enough of this weather. There go my travel plans. A couple walks by. Did you read the news this morning? Another couple walks by. Quick, put away everything on the clotheslines. A man stands on the side of the street. When is this rain going to stop? A child runs out into the open area and shouts out, Hydro Dragon, don't cry. Nuvilet, hearing this, turns around to see an empty street. Okay, and then this is Elaine. At Elenos, Elaine kneels down to talk to Seymour. Who's Seymour again? Oh, his robot dog. I don't remember about that. They're planning to reanimate the monster. We have to report this to the Chief Justice. Is that the only 2 lines from him? Oh, I guess so. Oh, that didn't help me at all. Well, okay. Well, anyway. Let's see. But I wonder who this is writing this log. The additional machines got here. The previous ones are no longer usable since they were completely dismantled. But it did clear up a lot of things, at least according to him. Something about it being driven by the elements in the ley lines, an interaction we cannot recreate with our current level of industrial precision and material science. I helped to compile the report, but there's so much I couldn't understand. Apparently, lots of people are secretly unhappy that Elaine is getting more research resources than they are. But if you ask me, everyone's smarter than me, and they should all get along. We'll make the world a better place that way. His sister said that some of their friends will be joining the institute. I'm looking forward to meeting them. No obvious symptoms. Interesting. So, like, this person is, like, logging what's happening and also, like, keeping track of his, or I don't know if it's a man or woman, their symptoms of their disease. Join the lab as new partners, but now their conversations are doubly confusing. Oh, I understand every word on its own just fine, but once they string them all together, I can't make heads or tails of it. Jacob is really the only one even close to being on the same level as me. I feel ashamed just writing that. An adult looking for reassurance from a child as young as he is? I feel like I've lost all the self-respect a grown-up should have. Based on their research on prime energy machinery, it seems like they decided to adopt this name, Elaine and Renee are thinking about trying to use the characteristics of Usia and Numa to construct a new kinetic core. A few minor symptoms. I may have contributed. Well, maybe? I went on a picnic with Elaine, his sister Renee, and Jacob. I feel like we've heard about this before. It was technically supposed to be field research, but the idea came from Elaine's sister and me. We thought they lived a little too outside. They all lived too little outside of their research, so we asked the Institute's director to arrange something. Petrichor is not exactly the most exciting place, but the scenery is quite lovely, since you can see the Great Waterfall. I brought a camera from the Institute to take photos for them. I do hope we'll have more outings like this one, especially since that means more opportunities to take photos of his sister. After all, Elaine is always working. Given how he will not be with his sister as she grows up, these photos will come in handy later when he begins to regret not spending more time with her. Then he'll be able to see how she was at different times, and it won't sting quite so much. If only my family had enough money for a camera. And if only things hadn't gone so wrong. I'm sure my mom would have taken lots of photos of me. Renee and Jacob like Elaine's sister a lot too. This sounds familiar. When the four of them hang out, she sometimes acts like an older sister to them, despite being the youngest. A fascinating dynamic. Seems to be interested in the ruins and the stone statues here. Renee also mentions something about the troop and seals. Even though we went out there to have a bit of fun for once, they were still thinking about research. No obvious symptoms. I wonder what daily wages are in terms of Mora. For a research assistant, it sounds like not very much at all, like just enough to get by. Especially one who doesn't actually contribute anything. Like all they do is help others. For your average NPC in say Liyue, I think it just really depends on what their position is, right? Like a person that works at the shoot, what's it called? Well, okay, a person who works in government, like a government official. I can't remember the name of it. They're gonna earn more than someone who's like a dock worker, right? Took the day off. Elaine's sister came to see me, along with Jacob. Elaine and Renee couldn't make it because their experiment is at a critical stage. Renee. I feel like we know these people. Or I could be just making it up in my head. They didn't have to tell me any of that, of course. That I was able to help at all despite my limited abilities is already fulfilling. I heard that Elaine and the Institute's director came to see me, separately, while I was unconscious. I feel bad they came all this way for nothing. I wasn't even awake. What if I sell super fresh fish? Happy Friday! If you sell fish, I think it'll depend on, like, how popular you are, right? If, like, a bunch of people, like, and you catch, like, super fresh fish that's harder to get, you'll make a lot more money that way, too. But I think, I think even just, like, the basic fish you can catch around, like, near Liyue, if it's fresh, and you have a good supply, like, constant supply, people are gonna come to you every day, and you're gonna have, constant sales. I heard that Elaine and the Institute, still taking time off, but I hope to go back and help them again soon. Wait, is this person inflicted with, shoot, I can't remember the name of the disease. I really need to do the Narcissus and Croix quest line. I found out that that they were graduates from the Narcissenkreuz Institute, and that made me really happy. They talked about the director and the vice director, as well as their adventures. It made me feel like a kid again. The only detail that didn't make sense was the cake the vice director made, because it felt like punishment when we had it. Eleazar? Is it that? I don't remember what that is. Let me Google it. Or not Google it, search it in the wiki. Eleazar. Chronic illness. That's the one that... yeah, that's the Sumeru one. Yeah. But I think these people are in Fontaine. Maybe? Oh wait, no, the desert. I don't know. It's actually unclear. It might actually be Sumeru, actually. After the disaster, I lost contact with pretty much all my friends. I'm so happy that they were able to find each other again. I wonder how my friends are doing. They're probably trying to rebuild the Narcissenkreuz Institute. I've got to check it out next time. Talked about the thinking machine again. I had an idea about making a thinking camera, so it would take photos of those precious to him while he's busy. He thought it was kind of pointless, but that it had security and surveillance applications. Okay, let me take care of that in the chat. Oh, I can't see. My light's in the way. Ugh, there we go. No, I don't want to open their profile. There we go. They did it! The light bulb came on! I was lucky to have recovered in time to witness this historical moment. It's quite a pity, but I hope Renee and Jacob will make breakthroughs of their own in their own research topics. Renee and Jacob, I feel like I remember going like underground in Fontaine, like in a quest line. I can't remember what it was. And like they were, oh shoot, which quest was they part of? Were they part of Sigewin's quest line? I don't remember. I also hope they get better assistance than me. No obvious symptoms. Took the day off. There were several visits while I was unconscious. It's a shame. All I could do is read the letters they left behind. Jacob left me a note, inviting me to his and Renee's lab. There's something they want to talk to me about. I hope I can get out of bed soon. Anne brought flowers for me, but they had already wilted by the time I woke up. Took the day off. I was able to get out of bed today. This is where I first met Elaine. For a time afterwards, I documented the experimental procedures and phenomena based on his oral descriptions while standing here for the first time. He was trying to start up the machinery below an ill-fitting lab coat. Renee and Jacob later entered through that door, and Elaine would temporarily forget to act the young genius, rushing towards them like an energetic kid. Here I bore witness to the first successful controlled annihilation reaction. The brilliant light cast a deep, dark shadow, and I believe history was made in that moment. Was someone like me, so excited I knocked over an ink bottle, play a role in an event that will go down in history? Behind the locked door on the other side is Renee and Jacob's lab. It seems access was limited due to the dangerous nature of their research. They are destined to become towering figures in history. I guess Elaine moved to another lab. Based on his plan, once the energy problem is resolved, he would study kinematics. I'll go greet him later. I wonder how Anne is doing now. What manner of beauty will she grow up to be? I'll stop writing here. I don't have much time left. I hope everything goes well. Oh, I just realized this is probably his name, Carter Sherbus. Sherbus? That's probably who wrote it. Keyword not located. A keyword not located. I don't know what voice he would have. Scan this one. Autumniki sermon dictation concerning the apocalypse. Wait, I scratched my finger earlier and I don't know how. Kind of hurts. Okay, anyway. Autumniki? What's the Autumniki? In light of the formal and rigorous proof outlined above, I believe that the correct term for this situation is Fortuna. It is an ancient Remurian technology, a wisdom unparalleled. I remember Remuria. I never imagined that Remurian ideas would be so similar to the computation graph that I have named the world formula. This is strong evidence. World formula? That sounds big. Human civilization is bound to lose its potential amid ongoing exploration and evolution. Humanity's decline is, in truth, unfolding at this very moment. To put it bluntly, ladies and gentlemen, the apocalypse draws near. This is not the hallucinatory babbling of some wandering monk from Sumeru. Rather, it is a logical deduction grounded in reason and natural philosophy. Please, take a look at this diagram. Beneath the most hidden of all hidden, the number of cycles, that is, the number of higher particles, can now only be 4. No new world cycle can be generated through reconciliation. In other words, the end of this current samsara is at the end of infinite light. The sparks of civilization are all but extinguished, unless we begin to consider introducing variables beyond the existing system. After all, the world is itself the external manifestation of a dream, and therefore... This is wild. Keyword for word formula located. But I want to read the other stuff. Ancient log. Oh, this is from Elaine. My assigned assistant doesn't seem very reliable. Unlikely that the power sources of those war machines can be used at the moment. Core is far too dangerous. I'll get them to seek out other such mysterious machines. Hello. It's coming back to me a little bit. I do remember them in the Nouvelle quest. They were saying how much of a genius he was. No progress worth reporting today. Went out with Anne under my adoptive father's watchful eye to seek inspiration at sites where battles took place. Ran into Renee and Jacob. That's what I think he would sound like, because he's so big. The assistant doesn't seem reliable. Caused some accidents. Just another obstacle to overcome. This kind of machine seems to take arbitrary external forms. Quite interesting. Research will focus on power source. Researched prime energy machines. Assistant took the day off. Asked Anne for help. Recommended Renee and Jacob to the director of the institute. Researched prime energy machines. Assistant took the day off. Asked Anne for help. Suggested she join the institute, but she wasn't interested. Researched prime energy machines. My assistant still isn't back. I'll go to pay a visit. Found Renee and Jacob's adoptive father with my own adoptive father's help. The supplementary prime energy machines have arrived. Should be able to make progress now. Assistant seems to be in good spirits. Probably just a minor illness. Research prime energy machines. Renee and Jacob joined the institute. They've been assigned to my project. Field research today. Interesting machine statue. Research prime energy machines. Research prime energy machines. My adoptive father visited, but I was too busy to host him. Anne scolded me. I remember to apologize next time I see him. Research prime energy machines. Assistant took the day off. On the threshold of a major breakthrough. Assistant took the day off. Too busy to visit. Anne scolded me. I'll go tomorrow. On the threshold of a major breakthrough. Forgot about the visit. I'm sorry. Will invite everyone to go with me. Took the day off. Assistant took the day off. Went to visit. An idea. A virtual neural network based on a vast quantity of thinking units inside of logic trees. Cameras? Research prime energy machines. Assistant took the day off. Research prime energy machines. Assistant took the day off. Research prime energy machines. Renee and Jacob went to begin conducting their own research today. Assistant took the day off. A breakthrough. Patent application process is too annoying. Forget it. Assistant's condition seems alright. Still a little worried. Considering the gap in medical technology, advised the assistant to go to Sumeru. Took the day off. Researching machine kinematics next. Must make a materials list. Visit. 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 They said a bigger lab has been prepared for the kinematics experiments, but I've decided not to move for now. Visit. 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 Been urged to move the lab several times, but if the lab is moved, my assistant might not be able to find it. A pain. Visit. 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 Move my lab. Definitely a genius.
Keyword not located.
Ancient notes. Though it's a shame, we'll have to miss it. I was looking forward to Coppelius's new work. Ever since he was a child, he's always been incredibly talented. Who's Coppelius? He sounds kind of familiar. Out of consideration for everyone's safety, it's been decided that the Institute shall close. Driven by the energy and vigor of youth, the young ones are clamoring to go out and do battle. I hope someday they will understand the importance of prioritizing both post-disaster reconstruction over marching off to die. I fear that it shan't be long before we must depart. We've chosen a good piece of land near the Fountain of Lucine as the post-relocation site. They say even they want to use the land to build an opera house. They even say they want to use the land to build an opera house. They'd sooner set faces aflame with shame and laughter. To think that anyone could be so comical. We're going to pay our respect to Basil's grave. I hope it turns out like Emmanuel said. However, it's the Institute's responsibility to support gifted and talented youths. Met the newly appointed Udex. He has a peculiar temperament. Seems much more reliable than Leon and those other clowns. If all goes well, it has the potential to completely revolutionize our understanding of clockwork mecha. The proposed methodology and plan. The proposed methodology and plan are reliable. Worth paying more attention. The results of early phases have been satisfactory. We will increase our investment. Carter's leave requests have been increasing in frequency. Better have someone keep an eye on him. He may be having financial difficulties. Not like it's possible for it to be a family matter. Oh, it seemed to be. After some consideration, I've decided to enroll them and temporarily assign them to the same lab. However, I'm concerned about the impact of their joining after Elaine on the mental state of others. Must keep careful watch. Still unconscious during the visit, so couldn't speak. Decided to take a blood sample and see if there's a cure or a way to mitigate it. Although the proposed research plan is expected to face challenges in obtaining recognition, I believe it holds significant practical value, so it justifies approval. Toxins remain in the soil and water and have not yet been fully neutralized. The water is producing deformed oceanids. In a way, this could be a reflection of previous events. I only just learned that these are Carl's adopted children. It's a shame the Narcissenkreuz Institute no longer exists. This could be the biggest breakthrough in a century. It will change all of society. The report mentioned abnormal movements. I'll have to find a chance to talk to Emmanuel about it.
Keyword not located.
Oh!
Irrelevant engineering blueprint. Keyword not located.
I think that's everything, yeah? Yeah. Okay. I go back.
Dore dore? タイトルはモン・オトンヌキに関する記録。世界の滅亡について。僕の見解によれば、この現象は フォルトゥナと呼ぶべきである。これは古代王国レムリアの技術であり、思考の英知だ。まさかレムリアの理念が僕の名付けた世界式とこれほど類似していようとは。これこそ有力な証拠と言える。人類の文明は絶え間ない探求と進化の中で可能性を失っていくものなのだろう。人類の衰退はまさに今この瞬間にも進んでいるのかもしれない。文明の灯火は消えかけている。外から変数を取り入れることを検討しない限り。変数？変数って何のことよ。まさか降臨者？ドットーレがあいつをさらったのは降臨者が理由だからでしょうけど、3月の力は世界そのものに由来しているわけだし、奴はこれ以上何も必要としていないはず。変数って何に対する変数なのかしら。世界式は世界全体を計算している。そこに変数を導入すれば。プロンニア、キーワード、ルートで関連する本を持ってきてちょうだい。
More reading. Yeah. Ancient log. Following Guillotine's instructions, the research went well. We've created a clockwork mecha that can release energy. To be honest, we no longer need to call it a clockwork machine as it doesn't rely on elastic potential. It'll be compelling to see what results he achieves next in kinematics. There's no way old-fashioned clockwork mecha can withstand such power output. Even young geniuses must stumble now and then. The thought of using this sort of unstable energy source is impressive. Though we have long observed these unique energies in Fontaine's atmosphere, water, and organisms, it has always been regarded as a latent threat rather than a potential resource. Aren't there a few young geniuses too many nowadays? The director is pleased, sure, but won't someone spare a thought for us ordinary people? I mean, not all of us are as simple-minded as Sherbius. Oh, poor Sherbius. It received a very high rating. If the patent were to be granted, the potential financial gain would be considerable. However, I decided to decline the opportunity because the machine was practically all Guillotine's work, and I can take no credit there. My family was quite angry about it, but as an engineer, one must have at least a little dignity and self-awareness. Still making improvements, and output efficiency has increased. Seems to have specially recruited. That's good. Had he continued that line of research, who knows what horrors he might have unleashed. Wait, what does that mean? At this stage, we have to pull out. The director says everyone will be given a position in research resources after reconstruction, but I'm afraid if it were me, I would use this as an excuse for a major shakeup. People like me won't get recalled anyway. Never mind. I've been pretty happy these past few days. I guess I'll consider it my retirement. I'll go to the city and open a small workshop, repairing watches for folks. Cameras too. Right. I'll see if I can make a waterproof clock. With the way things are going, I might make a killing in the future.
Keyword not located.
Oh, from Jacob. Anyway, when it comes down to it, our research directions are different, so I applied for a new research lab with the director. But there's nothing for it anyway. Elaine is incredibly intelligent, but he only trusts himself and doesn't trust our observations or accomplishments unless he reaches the same conclusions through his own calculations. Well, it's okay, since Elaine is making the world a better place in his own way. I trust him, because this is the world that Anne lives in. I think they were all in love with Anne. Even though the Institute is full of people, I don't have many friends besides Carter. It feels like everyone kinda dislikes us. Renee managed to acquire something powerful to research. Apparently, these appeared after the disaster and are very dangerous for most people. But I feel okay. Maybe my constitution maybe really has gotten a lot better. I helped Renee out. When I visited him, I found out that he also attended Narcissus Christ Institute. We didn't tell him about the vice director abandoning us, or it would have made him sad. If only we could have helped him just like I was helped. After discussing it with Renee, he finally agreed to give it a try. He said it's dangerous. Since it's dangerous, anything needs to be made clear to He said since it's dangerous, everything needs to be made clear to Carter, and he must make the judgment himself as it concerns his own life. But if it's successful, then he'll survive just like I did.
Keyword not located.
Ancient log. It seems the ordinary Dottie machines can no longer satisfy him. As a result, the director used national resources to obtain something truly horrifying. Rumor has it that someone was nearly killed. I hope this will help him achieve his research objectives. They even got him some rare Dottie mechanical parts being studied by Sumeru researchers as part of the package. Things went out of control for a third time. Guillotine may be willing to risk his own life, but that doesn't mean the rest of us feel the same. I came up with an emergency damage control strategy, and I hope we won't need to use it before he finishes his kinematics research. However, given his personality, it seems unlikely that he'll ever truly complete that research. Nope. I don't remember whatever came of him. It seems that his experiments into machines were intended to create a mechanical dog as proof of his accomplishments in kinematics and material science. It's actually a good idea and could be showcased in the city, and the creature is much more personable and likable compared to the automated turret next door. At least he lived long enough to be poached by the Marechaussee hunters. It wasn't easy for us to survive this long either. But what will he do with this blasted crazy killing machine that can repair itself? Whatever. That's a problem for future generations. Wait a second. Wait. That's a boss, isn't it?
Keyword not located.
I have a feeling it's that book, so I'm going to read this first. The Research Notes of Master Ruggiero. About the Golden Troop. Comparative studies have been conducted on the surviving ruins of ancient orders from across the land. While they all had different names, the scripts and images left behind support the conclusion that they share the same origin. Ancient scholars believe that all arcane arts originated from a pre-Lemurian civilization, a belief that now seems to be much more than mere speculation. Fortuna seems to be the name of a symphony. Oh, Lemurian musicians call it the Musica Mundana, or the Music of Origin. In their eyes, the rise and fall of civilizations, as well as the fates of mortals, are all orchestrated by the movements of a symphony. And when a civilization perishes, a new one is always born in its wake. Their philosophical system is complex and enigmatic, bearing almost no relation to modern Fontaine's natural philosophy. However, this is hardly surprising. According to historical records, after Lemuria was brought to ruins, the refugees fell under the Loch Knight Irenaeus' sway. They willingly forsook their ancient faiths, tongues, and writings. They willingly forsook their ancient faiths, tongues, and writings, embracing a life of devotion to the gods as our forebears once had. I hinted at the matter to the Golden Hunter in an oblique way, since the Marechaussee hunters who... That's my spot. Who first pledged themselves to his cause were all descendants of the Loch Knights, praising the benevolence of the Irenaeus seemed like the safest approach, and inquired about his knowledge of natural philosophy from that era. He was silent for about half a minute, then told me not to probe too deeply into those ancient philosophies, saying there was a reason they had been forgotten. Still, as a gesture of gratitude, the Golden Hunter was willing to tell me the name of these patterns. Oh, this looks like his machine! The seal of chemical marriage. Chemical? According to him, According to him, this symbol is even older than the Rimurian civilization itself, and was one of the gifts bestowed upon by King Remus by the Golden Bee. What exactly those were remains unclear. The rise and fall of empires and civilizations, the ascension of mortals and the emanation of light. What is this? Even dreams of surpassing the gods. What is this? All of these can be represented by this formula. I cannot understand it at all. He declined to elaborate, so I only record these matters here, as they were told to me, in the hope that those who come after might one day decipher their meaning.
Keyword not located.
Anything else? Okay, yeah, that one. Yeah, there it is. Autumniki Sermon Dictation. Explications on the chemical marriage. Chemical? I don't know. Fundamentally, what the ancient orders designated as marriage was, in essence, an interpretation of ontologically distinct orthants. What's an orthant? As you can see, it is a magic set in motion by the three particles above the kingdom. Huh? Yet its metaphysical origin lies in the emanations of the four particles beneath the firmament. The alchemists of Khanria are prone to disregard metaphysical sentiment and effect, pursuing instead the gold of the ignorant within the material world. It is for this reason that their crude inquiry cannot be compared to the great undertaking we are to achieve today, one that is founded upon ancient Rimurian style theory. Wait, is Rimuria older than Khanria? 3 pertains to appearance, while 4 pertains to the intrinsic. 7, obtained through their overlap, constitute the number of paths for vertical transcendence. We designate this process of overlap as marriage, for the union of the two through a mediating medium is akin to the matrimonial covenant of those bound in mutual love. Observe and compute the pathway, there it is, pathway, displayed in the guidance diagram. Deconstructing and reversing its effects could generate potential ideas. Nevertheless, there is one thing everyone must keep in mind. Solve the first half of the equation, leave the second unattacked. But you have all in the clear light, and some, though not all, in the dark. This is not because they possess any sanctity that renders them untouchable, but because they offer no benefit whatsoever to the world formula. Only mediocre minds foolish beyond a certain measure would actively seek to trespass upon such prohibitions, because in the eyes of the ignorant, taboo and precious are semantically identical. They fail to recognize that, in most cases, taboo, like convention, lacks merit for deeper inquiry. I want to say Rimuri is older because it was over 6,000 years ago. I couldn't remember how old it was. Fascinating. I don't remember a lot about Rimuria. I'm sure it's explained more somewhere. Take heed. What we speak of is the act of overlaying your dream upon the dream of gods, of overlaying your law, your will, and the starry sky upon ineffable sacrifices and despair. We do not speak of following emanations to achieve ascension to the ranks of gods. This is a base dream doomed to perish within an eggshell. What I aim to teach you all is the principle of transcendence, the infinite expanse, and the innumerable stars within it. You, too, must act in this manner, unbound by any constraint. To choose division for the sake of convergence is the necessary path of marriage. I just had an idea that... Wait. I won't say it, though. I'm gonna see what happens. At its core, magic is the science and art of effecting change according to the consciousness. Marriage is the instrument through which the art is realized. It is neither the subject that creates art, nor the object that art is created upon. The subject is always and can only ever be consciousness itself. One who is free from the weakness of consciousness bows neither to the gods nor death. This all sounds exactly what Dotori is up to.
Keyword passage located.
I'm carrying the book.
門をどん抜きに関する記録、密合の解釈。関連する署名はどれも難解ね。図示したルートを観測し、計算する。その用途を解析し、転換することで、新たな創造の可能性が開けるだろう。これ、ルネの講義の原稿じゃない。ルートを解析するだなんて、随分とぶっ飛んだ考えね。何よ、やけに回りくどいわね。自分の知識を見せびらかすのがほんと好きなんだから。
Water. Okay.
プロンニア、樹上で検索して関連性の高そうな本を探してきて。
Here we go. More reading. Where are we? Oh, we're in the flagship. I didn't realize. Heck. I'm gonna guess it's this one, so I'm gonna read the others first. The History of the Decline or Fall of Remuria, Collected Edition. Ooh! The ocean gave birth to all, yet also devoured everything. Legend has it that in the first era, the earliest peoples were self-supporting in their virtue, needing no laws or authorities. The envoys of the heavenly city walked the earth, and with their guidance, the people enjoyed enduring peace, prosperity, and abundance from the ancient days. This heaven-blessed reign lasted countless generations, until people grew tired of their inscrutable eternity. Their offspring ceased to listen to the oracles. Instead, they desired things never promised to them by the divine, trying to break free from their fate. Enraged by their behavior, heaven sent gigantic waves to smash the settler cities. 100 days of rain came afterward, and the roaring tides drowned all sin and arrogation, and thus were the early peoples brought to an end. When the tide receded and the earth was revealed again, no cities nor civilizations now stood above the high waters. Survivors and the newborn alike lived amidst the forests and rivers, shorn of all knowledge and wisdom. Human lives are no different from those of wild animals on the earth or in the sea, driven on by the laws of nature, muddling through time with neither beginning nor end. Untold years passed. The throne of Gurabad was established and overturned in the far south, and the noble kindred of the east once reached the rim of the high waters, all while our ancestors remained bound by ignorance and superstition. Wait a second. Civilization and order were finally restored to the land named Fontaine the day the great King Remus descended upon Meropes in his golden fortuna. He taught people how to farm and raise crops in the land, and built temples and cities with giant rocks to house the people. Most importantly, it was he who spread the beauty of music and art, which differentiated humans from other living things, causing them to see themselves as master of all things. With his immortal fleet, Remus conquered all the islands on the high waters. Even the great dragon beneath the abyssal depths submitted to his power. Those are the best days since the end of earliest peoples, and eternal prosperity seems so near at hand. The God King and his people indulged in the sweet dreams of carefree lives and fantasies of never-ending progress. However, the seers prophesied discord. The greatest empire will face the most utter destruction, and this is Fortuna. Thus did the God King derive the primordial plan from the 7-day rotation and the flowing winds of sea and land, and composed a harmonious symphony of prosperity. He believed that as so long as all the cities echoed with this greatest of songs, they would escape the judgment of fate and at last reach the land of eternal bliss. But thusly do the ancient writers concur. Oceans will rise, empires will fall, and the only constant is change. Oh, it's long. Okay. Oh, 3 pages. Okay. Excuse me. Greatness and glory unto Remuria and its immortal ruler Remus, king of all under heaven and universal harmost. Today, the glamour and luxury of the bygone eternal city is beyond the imagination of even the most knowledgeable scholars. As you sailed past the ocean pillars along the royal fairway to the giant port playing host to Fortuna, the imperial ship, you would have first seen a lofty tower. The Tower of Remuria was not built to receive heavenly oracles, but to guide ships traveling between islands in the high waters. It is said that the tower stood at the border of reality and dreams. Even if sailors were to be lured into slumber by sirens, they could follow the sound of the bell to break through the mist and find their way to Remuria. Continuing along the royal fairway leading to Makimos, where the brave Remurian warriors lived. The grand temples and arenas were built with giant carved rocks to commemorate the city's glory and victory. The solid towering walls are decorated with glaze and gold. Bronze and marble statues arrayed the land, and gold, spices, and specialties from the world over piled up in the markets. Traveling through Makimos, you would arrive at Capitolium, the center of Remuria, overflowing with delightful aromas and beautiful melodies. It was a paradise for artists, where only the most outstanding intellectuals and musicians were allowed. Even among them, however, only a small fraction enjoyed the privilege of serving the God King. Here, all the theaters and palaces were established in shapes most harmonious, their beams and domes adorned with the most sumptuous and intricate carvings, and centered on a golden palace of towering copper pillars. The king, resting peacefully at the heart of the palace, listened closely to every melody and every note coming from every corner of the empire. Upon hearing any discord, the God King would correct it immediately with a pluck of his strings, bringing perfection to the symphony of his empire. To keep all the people high upon the high water from destroying the symphony of universal harmony, King Remus promoted 4 humans of great capability to high post. He shared his power and authority with them, making them his partners in governance, the harmosts for all cities, to eliminate all discordant sounds. To spread harmonious symphony throughout the world, he built far-reaching fairways, which conveyed the melodies as never-ending ripples from Capitolium to every corner that sat above the high waters. Yet fate's decree was not for even such as gods to defy, and to even attempt to escape destined judgment was a mortal sin. Amongst the God King's sins, the most terrible was to attempt to pass power that should have been reserved for the godly domain to humans. Thus, this power and status led to corruption and decadence, leading to violence and revolts. Such is fate's cunning that it uses the very powers that rebel against it to its own ends. When the day of destiny arrived, Remuria, the grand immortal city, faced an inevitable end. Today, the God King's melody is played only in Capitolium, and his mighty reign has ended. Thusly do the ancient writers concur. Oceans will rise, empires will fall, and the only constant is changed. Humans, in their naivete, once believed that the reign of the King Remus and his eternal city would surpass time and fate to last thousands of years, just like the giant rocks comprising the ringed ritual sites. Until that day, when the earth collapsed all at once, the tall tower was uprooted and drowned in the titanic waves alongside the great hall of pillars. Until that day, when the royal fairways and temples were reduced to ruins, and the city, along with its residents, warriors, intellectuals, nobles, and even the Golden Palace, as glamorous as a shining sun, fell into a chasm of eternal darkness. That was the moment when the absurdity of their eternity finally dawned on them. Glory to our noble navigator, the ruler of rivers and seas, and the queen of all waters. May she defend the law, and may her reign be long. Peace be upon all the realms of Fontaine, and all the people under the heavens. When the royal city collapsed, the great power shattered, and the people above the high water were perched on the precipice of barbarism and annihilation. It was our noble queen who settled the conflicts between the tribes. Around the flowing springs we established cities new, and started a world guided by laws that has endured to this day. The tragedy of Remuria occurred merely a century ago, but its history has already become concealed in legends and superstitions. This does partly come down to the fatal catastrophe that destroyed it. So ruthless and swift was the disaster that all the researchers and literature capable of passing down said knowledge now sleep beneath the waters of the Eternal City. Another reason is the purposeful distortions created by the mysterious researchers who claim to be descendants of Remuria. My job is to extract and reproduce the true, essential shape of this magnificent ancient civilization with the universal rationality of history. In certain folklore that exists today, even the greatest of ancient scholars have been painted as soul-stealing magisters who entrapped mortal spirits within specially made magical golems, binding them into service. To be sure, the Remurians did make such terrifying golems, which to this day may be found, ruined, out in the wild. But this may only be blamed upon the moral degeneration that came upon them in Remuria's latter days. Its people had forsaken their noble duties and embraced hedonism and debauchery, accepting the violence they inflicted on others, and thus they were also violently destroyed. Just as the ancient writers concur, oceans will rise, empires will fall, and the only constant is change.
Keyword not located.
That was so fascinating. The Biography of Guillotine, Deluxe Edition. Chapter 7. Guillotine in his later years. No one can know the root cause of every incident in the world. Humans are neither wise enough to predict the future nor able to stop unfortunate accidents from occurring. It's a shame. There's nothing more to say. Alain Guillotine, in his response to a question about his early years from Nellie Cochran, chief editor of the Steambird. After retiring from the Fontaine Research Institute, Guillotine declined all invitations from the Palais Mermonia and civic organizations from the court of Fontaine. Instead, he withdrew to the Beryl region countryside, living in near total isolation from society. Notwithstanding, even prior to this, the reclusive old man had never formed any deep connections with others. Okay, so he did live to be old. Okay. If we were to take Madame Nellie Cochran at her word, then Alain Guillotine was, at heart, a lonely shut-in, always burdened by a profound sense of insecurity. It was for this reason that he maintained a detached attitude toward others, as if by pretending to be unperceptive, he could hide the keen sensitivity of his spirit. He could not ease his own pain, nor share it with anyone. All he could do was enclose it like a pearl within the shell of his heart, shaping and polishing it with his very flesh and blood. Of course, Guillotine students would not accept such claims, dismissing them as attention-seeking nonsense and nothing more than a smear on their master's reputation. This was the main reason why Rogier Coates, the third director of the Fontaine Research Institute, filed a lawsuit against the Steambird. He never employed any servants to tend to his daily needs. There were rumors that in his youth he had created a mechanical device capable of independent thought, and he had used it to assist him in his work with Marianne Guillotine at the Marechaussee Phantom. As a result, he had no need for servants. He only needed to create more of the same device. However, such claims were clearly at odds with the facts. The personal effects that Guillotine left behind after his death include nothing of this nature, and so-called mechanical devices capable of independent thought are entirely inconsistent with the ideas he expressed in his manuscripts, as he wrote in hierarchical calculating machines and intelligence. The real question isn't whether machines can think, but whether humans can. Fontaine Natural Philosophy and Engineering Science Press, 3rd edition, section 13, page 5. It's cause he hid his stuff away underground, right? Somewhere? Thank you for reading these because I just screenshot everything to read later. You're welcome. We have every reason to believe that whatever contraptions Guillotine crafted in his workshop in his later years were deliberately destroyed long ago. After all, it's hardly uncommon for an engineer to discard their designs. Popular fiction has offered many flights of fancy about these contraptions, yet all such tales contradict the surviving evidence. Nevertheless, we must recognize that, as a cultural symbol, Alain Guillotine's posthumous work has been instrumental in stirring the imaginations of the young. Oh, what did it?
No. Keyword not located. Oh, irrelevant mechanical blueprint. Keyword not located.
And that one? Time Tracker, Collected Edition. Story? This is a story from many years ago. After the evening banquet, Miss Aviva, who today would be Lady Nenonen, was, as always, theatrically grousing to us about the all-too-swift march of science. Though her grasp on engineering is even less firm than her knowledge of Watatsumi Island's soil quality, and of course she knows nothing about the latter either, what self-proclaimed interest in engineering was in vogue amongst some ladies and gentlemen at the time. Our ancestors had already conquered this land thousands of years ago, she said as she cleared her throat, twirling her jade-plumed and blue gem-encrusted folding fan while endeavoring in vain to wear a visage of despondency. And a few hundred years ago, they conquered the oceans with ease using new diving equipment. Today, some noble young folk have got it in their heads to use a so-termed gravimeter to break free from the Earth's shackles and conquer the skies. And surely, I fear, their dream may yet become reality in the near future. Indeed, it is just as you say. Humans. Ah, what a mighty and energetic species, with such great wisdom. No matter the circumstances, humans ever seek to change their living conditions with unimaginable passion. The Steambird editor immediately opined. In truth, when it comes to mechanical engineering and theory, humanity is already on par with the Creator. They have conquered most of the natural world, and by their will they can shape this world anew. Ah, that's not what I meant to say, Miss Aviva said with an affected sigh. Those distant and dark unknown continents, those ruins hidden deep beneath the seas, all that romantic exploration and trailblazing, such great achievements, that which has put the glorious achievements of our sciences and reasoning on full display, have all but become lost to our civilization. Our forebears reached too high and achieved too much, leaving too little for us to explore or conquer. Could there be a sadder fate to befall those ladies and gentlemen among us who were born to crave the exploration of the unknown? Here, her pretentious invocation of the legendary king Argadai's words seemed an attempt to prove how truly this state of affairs hurt her. However, everyone simply sat around lazily, at most giving polite nods. Lady L lightly yawned. Seeing how no one answered, Miss Aviva's enthusiasm faded, and she proceeded to switch the topic to next week's ball. This was evidently a more popular topic, and the stiff atmosphere once again grew lively. Monsieur Ratar was just about to regale us with a tale he had heard in Sumeru regarding a tower, a mage, and a glass ball, but before he could begin, Mr. Sirik, who had remained silent till now, interrupted. Good Miss Aviva, the things you said certainly left an impression on me. He lit a cigarette. However, you need not worry. There is still one space that has yet to be subdued by humanity. Indeed, if the required techniques do not emerge, I fear it will never be. Where's that? Ratar asked. Where's that? Ratar asked, a solemn look on his face. He had been so very confident about his monkey story after all. Time. The room fell silent momentarily before all present broke out into laughter. What preposterous talk! Dr. Rainier declared, trying not to laugh. Firstly, how can time be considered a part of space? Can you separate yourself from time and exist independently in space alone? What do you mean? I mean to, at this moment, still be speaking to me, and in the next disappear without a trace. Is this possible? He waited for a moment, as if waiting for the others to think. Obviously, anyone with the capacity for rigorous thought would know for certain that much length, width, and height. Time is that much like length, width, and height. Time is also a dimension of space. As such, it is part of nature, and can thus be conquered. Utterly preposterous, the doctor muttered, but did not refute the statement. I've been involved in research of this sort for some time, he continued, and I have come up with a machine that can allow people to travel through time as they please. This machine will be ready in 2 months. At that time, Miss Aviva, I invite you and all the ladies and gentlemen present here to my workshop to bear witness to humanity's next great achievement, the conquest of time. Miss Aviva did not speak. In fact, from her expression, our noble friend did not understand Mr. Sirik's words at all. 2 months later, we, the Steambird editor, the doctor, Mr. Avilo Oliver, and others who had attended that evening banquet, came to Sirik's workshop as agreed. Miss Aviva was not there, for she never had much interest in such things, but instead found more meaning in attending a social ball at Salon Saratot. Surprisingly, Sirik had grown older and more frail in just 2 months. In the dim light of the lamp, his once enthusiastic, arrogant expression had hardened into something indifferent and solemn, almost like the emaciated ascetics of Sumeru. He welcomed us to take our seats, speaking in a calm tone. "Well then, how is your plan to conquer time progressing?" the Steambird editor asked directly. "Where is the time machine you spoke of?" Sirik did not reply. Instead, he pointed to the desk next to him. Our gazes followed, and in the middle of that table was a gold-plated whale-shaped model airship about the size of a small clock. Even a non-professional eye could readily discern that the model was of exquisite craftsmanship. Behind its clear crystal shell, an indistinguishable and formless color flowed ever so slowly, glowing faintly in the lampshade's shadow. "So," the doctor said, "it took you 2 months to make this little toy that would amaze even Lapout's artisans?" "It certainly looks like nothing special," Sirik said, an inscrutable emotion shining in his eyes that could almost be called pity. "But this is simply a projection the object has left in this moment, just as one can only see a thin line when viewing paper from the side." "Blithering nonsense." For some reason, Sirik did not refute that statement, merely asking us in a calm tone to hear him out concerning his time travel experiences. We agreed, and so he began to tell the story I shall now relate below, without interruption from beginning to end. For all of you, it was 2 months ago when I first told you of the idea of a time machine. Similarly, it must have been a week ago when I finished constructing said device and stepped into it, initiating the very first instance of time travel in human history. The strange sensations that came over me as I traveled through time are beyond words, just as there are no words about which one can impress the star's brightness upon a blind person. About 20 minutes after this, though describing time travel by using subjective time is quite meaningless, the machine ceased operation. I looked about me then, and realized that I was in a Lemurian imperial settlement. The grand temples and arenas carved of titanic stone would make the opera epiclese hang its head in shame, while the creations of a Lane guillotine would be little more than a child's wind-up toy before the towering Lemurian golems. Just as I was beside myself in awe, a few patrolling troops discovered me. Seeing my strange style of dress, they took me to be a spy for the barbarian tribes. They seized me, naming me a lowly slave, a degenerate believer in a false god, and threatened to throw me into a deep cistern to feed the vipers. Fortunately, the local Adil, later found out that her name was Aidia Anavana, realized that my identity was anything but ordinary, and had me sent before her. She endured my calamitous grammar and catastrophic accent. At that time, I could not even pronounce Remuria, with it coming out something more akin to Imuya, while asking me many questions, which I answered truthfully. Quickly, she accepted the fact that I was from the future, and showed me a stone slate that the slaves had recently dug up. The slate was a perfect square, each line and column engraved with 7 symmetrical sequences of symbols. These were not in Lemurian script, but rather the characters we use today. Regardless of the manner in which the text was read, or the order, or direction, the information within the text did not change. It was an elaborate riddle involving dogs, pastures, cyan finches, the summer rains, the song of the roses, a Rishbalon tiger stripes, and the ordered patterns of rocks. Despite my long-time love of wordplay games, this endless cycle of riddles made me terribly dizzy. For some reason, I knew that I must solve it, no matter the price. I spent half a year doing so alongside Idea. And as it turned out, the key to deciphering it lay within the name of a slave now 30 years dead, while the answer was a date, set several hundred years after the Empire's fall. Wow, this is wild! I bade Idea farewell and stepped back upon the time machine, forwarding myself to that date in hopes of finding the secret behind that stone slate. There I met several Morishose hunters, and they showed me another stone slate, which again had 49 mirrored characters on it that formed another riddle. Again, the answer was a date, and one set in a future still further off. Following these stone slates' directions, I crisscrossed the fabric of past and future, shuttling back and forth 13 times. Each stone slate riddle was trickier than the last. One of them could only be cracked by using a bad romance novel that would only be published 300 years hence. The fifth word of the 37th page of that book would form a conjugate with the full name of the 375th Maison Gardiennage officer from 375 years ago. Oh my gosh! Another Riddler cipher was based on a white flower that will only bloom several millennia in the future. I know not its name, and its pistil structure is very strange indeed. It might be a mallow of some sort, but I cannot be sure. That flower is nourished by skylark calls, and so one of the clues to its cipher was the number of ribs on a skylark during Lemurian times. I suppose that is, generally speaking, just how the riddles worked. That is so complicated. The final stone slate came from the underground storeroom of the Basil Elton Memorial Museum, and had not but one number on it. 0. I do not know what I was thinking at the moment. After all, setting my destination to 0 is an action utterly devoid of meaning. But I punched the number into my machine all the same, and pulled the control lever. After who knows how long, the machine stopped. I sensed that I was floating atop a sea with no waves or tides, for even the wind did not exist at that moment. The sky that loomed overhead was not blue, but a dark red adorned with countless stars, pale and distant, like salt frost lining the shore. I stared at this very first of oceans, transfixed, and several minutes passed before I realized that there was something shadowy hidden beneath the placid surface. It was the Palaymermonia, which should not be there. At that moment, I could hear someone call me by name. Nevin Sirik, the voice called. I turned. It was like looking into a mirror. A man identical to myself, looking me dead in the eye, just as I did to him. Nevin Sirik, he continued. You wish to conquer time. No one can do that. It was you who left those riddles behind? It was you who left those riddles behind. He repeated my question as if it was an answer. Those riddles are part of time, and every matching symbol is time itself. What's 1 plus 1? Good question. So the final answer to the riddle of time is 0. 0 is not an answer. Instead, it is another mystery, for the answer cannot be found in the riddle, he said. The answer to time's riddle is a mirror. Or perhaps I should say that this is the answer that is simplest to comprehend. When two mirrors face each other, time is the infinite reflection of light therein. Countless diverging, converging, and parallel lights form the illusion we call time. There is no past or future, for the past is the future. For the past is the future. Sorry? No, it's okay. That's my spot. There is no past or future, for the past is the future. As you stand here at moment 0 and look forward along the gap between the two mirrors, all beams of light fall along the same plane, and not one may escape. The Palaymermonia had already sunk long before it was ever built, and the sunken Palay will be raised anew. Joy, sorrow, tears, and death must infinitely recur, for this is the nature of a mirror. Similarly, you can never conquer time, just as you can never grasp your shadow in your hand. Perhaps it was horror or momentary frenzy, but when he finished, I whipped out the firearm I kept for self-defense, leveled at his head, and pulled the trigger. The room was silent. I do not expect you to believe me, Sirik said as he stood up, his eyes sweeping the room. Just take it as a bunch of bunk that I made up to cover for my inability to make a time machine. Make of it some lame tale, a dream born purely of delusion. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave of you. My future self awaits a riddle that I must set him. I never saw Sirik Nevin again. That was wild. Wow.
Keyword not located.
Great Detective Herlock, Herlock, the Alchemist and the Clockwork Saint. Chapter 6. So, the story ends like this. Herlock sat and lit his pipe. Thank you for the story. You're welcome. There's more, but this is a different story. Herlock sat down and lit his pipe. But the rest of us, whether it was Ancient Gina, Miss Jacoba, or the Commissioner, Miss A. Chie, looked at one another in confusion. You must still remember that the locations of the 4 previous cases were equidistant. There was a symmetrical pattern between the time, space, and even the first letters of the 4 victims' names, Herlock said. That is also why Gina's deduction was completely off the mark. The murderer knew that she, possessing basic knowledge of the mystic arts, would assume that the followers of the Lilia Cruces Ordo would treat the patient as a necessary ritual sacrifice. That's a familiar name. So, the culprit let her believe that her assumption was entirely correct. But when Duke St. Germanus departed, he clearly said that everything was beyond redemption, and the next case would also... Oh wait, this is Ancient Gina. Ancient Gina protested, somewhat redundantly. He's only a genius when it comes to mechanics. In everything else, he's just an ordinary person. Herlock paused, then continued. He's always been the type to like things he can fully understand, just like you, Gina. Ah, I get it! Mr. Koba shouted suddenly. My dear Herlock, now everything's crystal clear. The 4th victim's death wasn't a carefully planned murder. It was pure coincidence. He only wanted to kill those 3 unfortunate gentlemen to avenge his comrades from the Lilia Crucis Ordo. But the traps he set weren't limited to just those 3 locations. He was worried that the plan might fail, since the 3 victims were all well-protected figures after all. So he added a few extra traps. Yet he never expected that, with Gina's interference, the plan would go far more smoothly than he intended. Mr. Koba, please don't speak as if I were the accomplice. Ancient Gina's face turned as red as a sunsetti as she protested indignantly. How adorable. Indeed, Herlock said calmly. It was unclear whether he meant that Miss Jacoba's deductions were correct, or that Ancient Gina was indeed an accomplice. Most of the experimental devices proposed by the Lilia Crucis Ordo are built based on a simple basic tree model logical structures. They do not recognize their own masters, following only the commands they were initially given, so they end up killing said masters. This is why I keep saying, don't put too much trust in Clockwork Mecha. Unlike humans, machines have no heart. I remained silent as usual, but Mr. Koba glanced at me with what seemed like a hint of puzzlement. What's wrong? Why are you standing there in silence? Is there something on your mind? No, I just didn't expect the truth to be so simple. Of course, my understanding of Clockwork Mecha cannot compare to that of the Duke St. Germanus, but I've done a bit of research. To suggest that those mechanisms were merely activated by Mr. Marcello's mishandling seemed a bit too contrived. But to imply that there was another mastermind behind it all felt like stretching into the territory of conspiracy theories. After all, no one besides us could have pulled off the operation I envisioned. So, I decided to abandon further speculation, choosing instead to enjoy the reactions of the adorable Miss Ancient Gina. This is why you don't understand deduction. Ancient Gina seemed to have regained her confidence, not to mention her mild sense of superiority over me. Excitedly, she raised a finger. Isn't there a saying that goes something like, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however... Stop right there. That's Fanta something, Miss Rob something story. We don't have the publishing rights from their publisher. Herlock took another drag of his pipe. He seemed to be lost in thought once more. Regardless, this came to an abrupt close. A person who did not manage to witness the end. A person who did not manage to achieve his ideals. A person who indulged in fairy tales, who dreamt of following the hero he admired, yet he never saw his dream fulfilled. Someone who had everything. Someone who had someone who had everything. Someone who lost everything. Someone who woke up. Someone who would never wake again. Unstinting in sacrifice, unflinching in farewell, undaunted by pain. Yet in the end, the sacrifices remained only sacrifices. The partings remained only partings. Clocks tick through tranquil years. Fish swim in crystalline springs. No matter how grand a dream is, it will fade away like this. Forlorn, wordless, silent. And after that,
Keyword tree model located.
walk with book.
スズラン十字結社が提唱している実験機体の多くは基本的かつシンプルな樹状のロジックで構成されており、スズラン水仙十字結社の本当の名を隠すためかしら。サンジェルマン公爵は去り際にもう取り返しがつかないと言っていたが、やはり彼は機械に関しては天才だったのだ。しかしそれ以外のことに関しては凡人であった。はあ？何よこの言い草。笑っちゃうわ。これ結局何の本よ。名探偵ハーロック、錬金術師とクロックワークの政治？ただの小説じゃない。まったく。でも作者は自分がルネのことをよく知っていると断言しているし、はあ、ひとまずルネがこんなことを言う人だと仮定して進めましょう。記憶、願い、魂、人格、これらは神秘学の領域に属することが多いけど、アルベドは錬金術の根幹にも含まれていることを認めていたわ。アラン・ギオタンの目に映る世界は機械で構成されていた。宇宙には機械が必要とされているがために、あいつの技術が生まれ、私が生まれた。ルネ。フルネームはルネ・ド・ペトリコールだったかしら。やっぱりペトリコール朝とは深い関係があるよね。あの町はレムリア文明に関する資料が最も多く発見された場所。アランの研究成果の一部はレムリアの技術から来ていると言っていいみたいね。魂を切り離し器に封じ込める。一見無関係に見えるこれらの技術はルネの研究を支えてきた。死証言の区分けに錬金学の理論が一部取り入れられているとすれば、密合のモデル？こんなのアランが認めるわけないわ。ましてやこれに関連する理論やパラメーターを事象数式に組み込むなんてなおさらよ。そういえばアランはルネのことをどう評価していたかしら。あまり名前を口にすることはなかったけど、たまに何か言っていたわね。あ、思い出したわ。確かここにルネのことに一度だけ触れた古いメモが。僕にそう言ったルネは様子がおかしかった。最近甘いものを食べていないせいか頭が鈍っているようだ。信用できない。いかにもあいつらしい物言いね。私のグズな部下たちったら意外といい仕事をしているじゃない。ちゃんと資料を持ってきてくれたのね。ご苦労様。アランの残した資料の一部はこれらの記録と完全に一致しているわ。ゲシュタル島から入手したものみたいだけど、そんな昔からルネの記録を抑えていたのね。それなのに一度も信用せず使いもしなかった。よく考えてみればルネの世界式は定数を扱う計算ばかりね。これは世界の運命が固定されているという決定論を信じていたことの表れかしら。対するアランの理念は随分と昔のことだし、あいつが何を言っていたのかなんて全然覚えていないわ。
Wait, what did she say before? Oh.
強情さに欠けて機械技術だけを深く信奉していたあいつは何て言っていたか。確か世界は変えられる、そして努力には意味があるだったかしら。少なくとも昔のあいつはそう考えていたわね。世界を救いたいと願って あの術式を作り上げたけど、世界の運命はあまりにも巨大で、その終焉は計りがたかった。結局成果を得ることなく生き、そしてこの滅びゆく夢の中に私を残した。アラン、あなたはルネの研究に目を通さなかったの？それとも目を通した上で相入れない理念を同じモデル内に置きたくなかったの？
I forgot that he made her.
どれだけ嫌ってたのよ。今やドットーレっていう狂気の塊みたいなやつが現れてしまったわ。私に願いがあるかなんて聞いてもしょうがないでしょ。その問いを投げかけるべき相手はドットーレよ。あいつが憧れているものをあなたは見たくもないでしょうけど。
Let me go back a little bit. The very thought of trying to incorporate his ideas probably made you feel sick to his stomach. Well, don't worry, because there's a whole new category of lunatic in town. Next to Dottore, every other madman looks sane. He once asked me what I wished for. Should have asked him instead. He's the one pining for things you'd sooner die than witness.
取るに足らない変数にも洪水のような現在を無限に作り出せる。始めましょう。この相入れない破片を一つに組み合わせてみせるわ。まず大きな輪の存在とその解明を確立する。完全なる虚無と完全なる実在、その二つの間を探り条件を構築する。変数、文明の灯火は消えかけている。外から変数を取り入れることを検討しない限り、変数を代入して世界、時空、文明をめぐり記録から必要な節目を抽出し、それが指し示す変数を明らかにする。
Somehow earned 11k primos this month. Nice! I think I want to run and get some water really quick. I will be right back.
虚無から切り離された原初の力、光の力、光、記録、ヒュペルボレイヤ。複雑すぎるわ。まだいくつかの変数が埋まっていないし、もう少し慎重に考えないと。どう？このモデル、狂人の落書きみたいでしょ？だんまりね。どうせあなたは喋れないし、とりあえず肯定的な反応として捉えとくわ。そういえば、精神を病んだ人の妄想って自分が世界を救うことから始まるらしいわよ。私がこんなのを書いているところなんて見たら、アルレッキーノとコロンビーナはきっと病院に連れて行くかもね。あとロザリンももう随分と前に亡くなってしまったけど目を閉じて思い出すと、彼女の顔とあの大きなドレスが浮かんでくるわ。どうしてロザリンはあんな重たそうなドレスを好んで着ていたのかしらね。加えてあの煩わしいヒールの音ときたら、別に誰にも聞かれていないけど、はっきり言っておくわ。私は世界を救おうなんて思っていない。精神は至って正常だし、非現実的な大それた願望を抱くとか、そういった症状も出ていない。世界が答えを必要としているのであって、私が世界に認められようとしているわけではないの。そして世界が私に懇願しているのであって、私が世界に懇願しているわけでもないわ。
Tea time? Huh? What? Higher? What? Oh. Is there a teapot there? No. Oh, I'm preparing the tea. Oh, I see. Take out refreshments. Prepare the tea. Yeah, the elevation is probably like marginally higher over here. Plate refreshments. I'm not missing anything, am I? Okay. Fortune cookies? What? Oh! I had to actually click on it. I'm playing with one hand right now because I'm eating my dessert with my other hand.
Ara, お茶菓子？確か書類を持ってきてくれた部下が買ってきたんだったかしら。ホテルドゥボールのお土産ね。箱にはメロピデ要塞の楽しい食事システムに敬意を表してランダムフォーチュンクッキーを皆様にお届け。今日の運勢を占ってみましょう。どうせ大したことなんて書いてないんでしょ。どれどれ。早寝早起きして太陽を浴びて十分な水分を取ればすべてうまくいくでしょう。はあ？何よそれ。じゃあ早寝早起きする人にこの危機迫る世界の救世主をやってもらえばいいわ。
Oh, we're moving. Oh, Arlecchino. Escort the evacuees to... Are we going to see Snezhnaya? That's up there, right?
召使い様、傀儡様の配下たちが全員待機中とのことです。いつでも行動に移れます。
よろしい。
ですが、予想よりも人数が少ないようでして、おそらく 博士様が放った魔物に多くのものが。
仕方あるまい。その者たちを隊に加え、常に連絡が取れる状況を保っておけ。
はっ。
Meet up with child? What? Wait. Look at all these people. Yeah, Mr. Worldwide. We could use his help, definitely. Where are they? Holy mo- what? Oh, that's why I don't have that teleport waypoint, because I haven't fully explored this area yet.
久しぶりだね、アルレッキーノ。調子が良さそうで何よりだよ。そういえば、スネージナヤからナドクライへ向かう際に必ず通る道に、ドットーレが研究所を建てたみたいだね。見つからないようにここまで来るのに随分と時間がかかったよ。
ご苦労。休まず駆けつけてくれたということは、女皇陛下のお言葉を持ってきてくれたのだね。
そりゃもちろん。これも俺の任務だからね。ドットーレのことだが、女皇様の命により、ファデュイ内務局が審判を下すことになった。あいつが裏切ったか否か、スネージナヤに対する脅威であるか否かは、内務局が公平に判断するよ。そして結果が出るまでの間、女皇様は俺に、ナドくらいの避難民の受け入れ対応をするよう命じた。
避難民たちは近くにいる。後ほど私の部下が案内するから、引き取ってやってくれ。
ああ、わかった。それと、陛下から君とサンドローネに伝言があるんだけど、サンドローネはどこに？
外で働く者がいれば、内務に勤しむ者もいる。君との引き継ぎのために私が来ているということは、もう一人は基地にいるということだよ。
サンドローネのやつ、まるで重鎮みたいだね。じゃあ、後で上皇様のかっこいいお言葉を伝えておいてくれ。きっとサンドローネも気に入るはずだ。でも一体何が…待った。どうなってるんだ。部下たちが魔物になった。
倒すぞ。
Wait, I'm not ready. My hands are dirty. Wait. Hold on. I have to wipe my hand. Hold on. I'm eating a Thai pancake. Hold on. I wasn't muted. I was eating though. But no, yeah, I really hope they're getting an update. Like, I thought that them giving them like new costumes would be the way they're updating them. You heard that they're going to update? That's exciting. That's very, very exciting. Like, Child is one of the ones that needs it the most, but that's because he was actually one of the very early characters ever created. All right. Let's go.
月のように永遠なる。貫くの。
いや。
アルレッキーノ、前よりも強くなってるね。
ストップ。その賞賛はありがたく受け取るの。君の相手はしない。
はあ、やっぱりね。
Okay, I was just doing auto attack so I could hear what he was saying. What they were saying. Yeah. so much more damage than mine. But that's not fair. Oh, yeah.
なんてこった。さっきまで生身の人間だったのに、一瞬で。
That's so crazy. Child does also need a buff, yes. Out of spite, I built him with a lot of crit and attack, yet most other characters still do twice as damage as him. I believe his trials is C3. Aha! Okay, so I feel justified in getting his constellation from the thing. That weekly thing. I'm only getting one though. That's only gonna make him C1 for me. Okay, but that's good to know.
きっとこれも我々の素敵な同僚であるドットーレの仕業だろ
う。などくらいで何が起きているんだ?
I have a top 4% child at C3, but even then he does need a buff. Enefa helped a bit. C1 does help. Yeah. That's nice to know the C1 does help. I'd like to be able to use him. Child's damage output honestly feels like a standard 5-star character. Yeah, it sadly does.
一言では説明できないが、簡潔に言えば、本来コロンビーナのものであった2つの月髄をドットーレが奪い、さらに自分でもう一つ作って、3月の力を手中に収めようとしているといったところだ。
おいおい、そんなもの人が作れるのか？まるで道路を作るかのように神を作ったって言ってるようなもんじゃないか。信じられるわけないだろう。
執行官であればさして驚くことでもないだろう。私たちがやってきたことは神作りさえ霞むほど奇妙なことばかりなのだから。私は君がガンオーテイ君と戦い、ロザリンの作戦における重要な支援者であったと主張し続けてきたが、今の君はまるでただの冒険者のようだ。
Wait, what? I tell everyone who asks that once crossed swords with Rex Lapis while serving as a key supporter for Rosalind's plan. Oh, she's saying that of him. Okay.
擁護してくれてありがとう。勝利先生とロザリンには本当にひどい目に遭わされたよ。でもポジティブに考えれば、あの二人がわざわざ策を仕掛ける冒険者なんてそういない。だってただのなんて言葉とは程遠い存在だろ。
また痛い目に遭いたいということかな。であれば君の評価を下げざるを得ないね。
違う、そういうわけじゃないって。続けてくれ。
現在ドットーレは新しい力の実験中だ。その影響が外に害を及ぼしている。この人々の変異は彼の実験の副産物であって本来の目的ではないはずだ。先ほどの修行の移住はサンドローネの配下だった。実験台にされたに違いない。ドットーレは意図的に生かしておいて利用したのだろう。おまけにドットーレと戦った私たちは全員呪いを受けてしまった。私はなどくらいから出ることができない。
ひどい話だな。道理で陛下がこういう指示をされるわけだ。執行官に非常事態時の独断権を与える。ドットーレが脅威と判断された場合、アルレッキーノとサンドローネによる粛清を許可する。
陛下に感謝を。サンドローネにもこの良き知らせを伝えておこう。
She authorized those two to just terminate him.
まだ研究開発プロジェクトの成果をなどくらいから回収できていないから、撤退した後も現地への攻撃を一時的に控えると言っていたよ。
賢明なご判断だ。
She was gonna attack Nodcry though.
相棒はどうしてる？君たちと一緒じゃないのか？
相棒？旅人のことか。残念ながら彼女は私たちがドットーレの研究所に突入した際、どこかに転移させられてしまった。
捕まったのか？どうして？ドットーレとそこまでの確執はないはずだろう。
同感だ。だからドットーレには 何か別の思惑があるのだろう。
ダメだ。助けに行かないと。
Do you think La Senora was on pretty good terms amongst the Harbingers? It seems like they refer to her with her actual name rather than her alias, which I think is interesting. It's implied that she at least had a good relationship with Sandrone, Arlecchino, Columbina. I think it's those. I think it's just the girls, actually, huh? The girlies. I think, yeah, just the girlies that had a good relationship with each other.
場所もわからないんだ。できることは何もない。
I think she was also the Tsaritsa's favorite. Was she? I don't remember.
くそ。けど、何もせず手をこまねいているわけにはいかないだろう。
サンドローネの方でも対策を講じている。今の君にできる最も意義のあることは、任務を完遂することだ。
Given La Señora's backstory and Tsaritsa's theorized backstory makes sense. I don't remember what... I don't remember at all. It must have been something I read a long time ago. Yeah, I don't remember what the relationship was like with Rosalind and the Tsaritsa.
分かってるさ。じゃあ、任せた。
ああ。最後に、必ず各国の神々と住民たちに、制御不能な災害が名戸くらいから外へと拡散しつつあることを伝えるよう、おんどりに言っておいてくれ。その元凶は、ネジの外れた実験狂いだ。
The rooster?
我々ファデュイとここにいる仲間たちは、全力で収拾に当たるつもりでいる。だが万が一、名戸くらいが完全に陥落すれば、事態はさらに悪化するだろう。ドットーレは今もファデュイの一員だ。故に、この地を守るファデュイは、最後の瞬間まで戦う。
They both understand what it is to lose a lover, or so most suspect. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that was I remember that about Rosalind's story. I don't remember much about the Tsaritsa. Have you played some of the Selenic Chronicles in Silver Moon Hall? No, unfortunately not. Like, I wanted to, but the Moonlight, I forgot what it was called, the Moonlight Festival thing, that happened, and then now this happened. Like, things progressed too far in the Archon quest, but before I had time to like work on that some more.
そんなに悲観的になることはないさ。それに、もし本当にそうなったら、陛下も黙っていないはずだ。
I don't... I admire that he has such like I respect that he has such admiration and loyalty to the Tsaritsa, but like she's she feels more like a conqueror instead of like an honorable ruler, you know? I want those wings, perfect on Bina and Skirk.
最悪の事態にならないことを祈るばかりだ。
Oh, where are we going now?
ちょうどいいところに戻ってきたね。
うん。僕って飛行免許の試験免除してもらえるかな。モンドでは街の外に着陸して歩いて入るよう気をつけるから。
僕が申請しておくから安心するといい。今は目の前の新しいものを観察しよう。
博士のエネルギー領域ってどんな構造なんだろう。空爆の引力と赤力の原理に当てはまらないみたいだけど。
ああ、不思議だね。でも突き詰めれば結局は3階の力から成り立ったものだ。 魔女界都市省の研究によると、テイワットの元素力は原初の公開の力から変化したものだと分かっている。そして公開の力と巨界の力は対立関係にある。君の体内には魔竜ドゥリンの力があるから、きっと感じ取れるはずだ。このエネルギー領域にはアビスのエネルギーが存在しないことを。
アビスの気配はないね。とても純粋でけど荒々しい力だ。
そこである仮説を思いついた。コロンビーナさんと一緒に月の狩人と戦った時、トリーさんが教令員から持ってきた増幅装置を覚えているかい？あれは僕が知る中でも極めて精巧な装置の一つだ。構造、製造技術、材料、すべて完璧だった。特に目を引いたのが動作原理だったよ。ドリーさんは詳しく語らなかったけど、
I forgot where Dory
僕
got
な
it.
りにいろいろ推測してみたんだ。なぜドゥリンの炎の元素力をコロンビーナさんが扱えたんだろうか。決心の彼女は公開の力を使うはずなのに、元素力はもともと公開の力から生まれたものだ。つまりあの装置の機能は元素力を復元することなんだろう。光から生まれた7つの元素をあの装置は光に復元する。この理論は光がプリズムで屈折することに似ている。あるいは中に本当にプリズムが隠されているのかもしれない。その構造はプリズムの観測から着想を得たのだろうか。そこから導き出される法則はまるで世界の真理と基盤のように揺るぎないものだ。それを成し遂げられるあの装置はスメール教令員の現段階における元素理論と装置構造の最高傑作と言える。そしてその大胆とも言える偉業と確かな理論は暗草なりデビによるものだろう。
Didn't Alice give
さ
it to
て、
her? That
目
sounds
の前
right.
のエネルギー領域に話を戻そう。もしこれが純粋な公開の力であるなら、それは元素力との間に融合と分離、内包と外縁の関係があることを意味する。噛み砕いて言えば、元素力で公開の力を薄められるかもしれないということだ。
試してみる？
ああ。
聞いた。
エネルギー領域の端に明らかな乱れが生じた。元素力が領域内のエネルギーに干渉、さらには相殺している可能性がある。ドゥリンもやってみてほしい。
うん。いけた。
今度はアビスの力でもう一度。やっぱりアビスの力による攻撃を受けると領域のエネルギー消費がより顕著になる。これで確信が持てた。領域は純粋な公開の力で構成されていて、元素力で薄めることができる。
でもこれほど大規模なエネルギー領域を相殺するってなると、一体どれだけの元素力が必要になるんだろう。
全部を相殺する必要はないよ。別の方法を試してみよう。理論の説明は以上だけど、君はそのまま見ているつもりかい？
なんだ、気づいていたのか。
いつの間に？
しばらく前から見ていたよ。アルベドがまるで学会の登壇者のように話すもんだから、ついな。スメールじゃ誰かの発表を邪魔すると、その人生を壊しかねないんだ。だからなかなか出られなくってね。
お気遣い嬉しいよ。ついでにちょっと手伝ってくれないかい？
何をすればいい？
風元素を操って円形の刃のような風を放ってほしい。一点に集中させるんだ。
I don't know if anyone here's played Smash Bros for the Wii, but those black boys totally look like the ones from that game. I don't remember. Oh!
聞いた。しかも引き裂いた。
よかった。これで大きく前進した。
入るの？
力が拒み合うかもしれないから、ドゥリン、君はここで入り口を見張っていてくれ。僕とカサッチさんで中を調べてくれよ。
それが妥当だね。警戒は任せたよ。うん。二人とも気をつけてね。助けが必要になったら合図を送って。すぐ駆けつけるから。いつの間に合図なんてものを。
先月、新しく調合した錬金薬を持ってきているんだ。2本一緒に地面に投げると、眩しい光が発生する。もし本当にそんな事態になったら、傘で目を覆ってほしい。
ご忠告どうも。覚えておこう。
Enter the energy field? Oh. I don't know. Should I do that now? I don't know how. I don't know how much. I wasn't really planning for going this long, but I was so like into it. I kind of do want to keep going though. Do I keep going? I'll go for a little bit more. A little bit more.
やはり少し奥まで入ると裂け目が見えなくなる。領域内の人間が逃げられないようにする仕組みだろうか。
ドット俺らしい。中は飲み込まれる前とあまり変わらないようだ。
ふん。脈も呼吸もない。死んでいるようだ。でも体には傷一つない。
Would have been a brutal cliffhanger. Yeah.
それに死体のそばには必ず動物がうずくまっている。
That's really odd.
こっちを見てる。動物の目じゃないな。
Aha. That makes sense.
何かを伝えたいのかい？
そうでもなさそうだ。それに動物らしさを感じない。
他を見てみよ
う。It's really weird though. Like there's an animal just sitting right next to each body. Like what the? Like what happened? So this is this. It's so weird. Like why are they doing that? Huh? This little child. Oh, this is so sad. Oh my gosh.
どこも同じだね。生きている人間は一人もいない。ただ無数の死体とそのそばで見守る動物だけがいる。
ふん。まずは動物たちがペットだった可能性を除外しよう。
結論を直接言わないのは僕の気持ちを考えてのことかい？
慎重なだけだよ。君なら真実を受け止められると信じているさ。
Oh? Oh, he has an idea of what happened, but he doesn't want to say until he's sure. Hmm. Where am I going? Oh, no, not this way. Huh? Oh, I see.
気をつけろ。
Things are weird.
お願い。助けて。
Huh?
あっちから声が聞こえる。
I think I know what happened too. Up there? Wait. Where am I going? Where? Huh? Oh gosh, the music. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Oh, お願い。助けて。お願い。
ここで何があったんだい？
わからない。突然、みんな倒れて、目線が低くなって、まだ少しだけ意識がここから出たい。しん
どうやらこのエネルギー領域では巨大な実験が行われているようだ。それともエネルギー領域はどこも実験場になっているのか。ヘドが出る。
人間の意識と動物の意識を入れ替えるなんてね。他のことを置いたとしても実験のテーマが過激すぎる。彼らは自我を失ってはいるものの完全な動物にはなっていない。だから動物のように立ち去ることもなく無意識に自分の遺体のそばにとどまっているんだ。
Anyone who sims for Dottore, I don't trust. It's that simple. Yeah, you would think, right? Like, it's just, we're just seeing more and more of what kind of like sociopath he is, right? A psychopath. But then the people are like, but he's hot. What do you mean? We haven't seen it without his mask. Do you remember what he looked like in the original manga? They did give him a glow up, but we don't know what if his face got the glow up too. I really like the distortion effects in the audio and gameplay. Really cool. Yeah, it's really cool.
早く行こう。こんなところに長居したら何があってもおかしくない。
If Evil White Hot is so toxic, it is. But his voice though, here's the thing. Like, it's definite. I don't remember what he sounds like in English, but in Japanese, he sounds much older. So I doubt that there are as many like Dottore fans in the Japanese community. I don't know what he sounds like in Chinese or Korean either. But yeah, he sounds like an older man in Japanese. So he does, he's not simp worthy.
そうだね。
Gosh, it's wild. Oops, I didn't mean to sprint. Oh gosh. His ENVA gives me off similar vibes? Really? Okay. IDGAF if he or she is a straight 10 looks wise, if that's who they are on the inside, nope. Exactly. No. It should be for like that for anybody of any age. All that matters is who you are on the inside. And that's you know, to get like a little off track. I mean, that's how it is in general, right? Like people who only worry about looks, they find out too late that like the person who they are on the inside matters more. Like as they say, looks fade as people get older. But yeah, like when you get into like the kind of people that get into a relationship with someone just because they find them physically attractive, those relationships never last, right? But anyway, that's a different kind of a different topic.
気持ちの悪いものを見ただけだ。それ以外は特に何も。
ここで得た情報は早めに共有すべきだろ
う。ん？呼び出し？
ネフェルさん、アルベドだ。エネルギー領域を突破する方法を見つけたよ。十分な検査力を適切に操れば領域を破れる。それからドットーレは領域内で残虐な大規模実験を行っている。中の住民を早急に避難させないと悲惨な結末を迎えることになるだろう。
私たちの予想通りか。胸くそ悪いったりありゃしない。
それでそっちは順調かい？
That's what my dad told me growing up. Said he learned that the hard way. Yeah. Yeah. People end up learning the hard way. Sometimes the hardest lessons are the most effective, but yeah.
これから始めるところさ。結果が出たらまた連絡するよ。
気をつけて。
もちろん。
Off topic, but I finally tried banana milk in Korea and it was super good. Oh, okay. I wish I liked banana milk. I don't like artificially flavored banana at all. Like, I only like fresh bananas or like bananas that are in like something baked or cooked, like a real fresh banana. I hate banana flavored things. They taste so gross to me. But maybe the banana milk in Korea is actually good. I don't know. I don't like whenever people say how like, oh my gosh, I love banana milk. I'm like, ooh. My mom used to make it fresh. Oh wow.
避難対応が済み次第、そちらに合流しよう。
I also dislike most artificial banana besides this one.
合流？そんな必要があるなんて言ってないけど。
私には必要なのだ。それに、そなたのやり方を見てきた限り、共にいた方が良いだろう。つまり、そなたを一人にするのは得策ではない。
How do y'all feel about characters who are morally gray? I find them to be fascinating. Because they often have a logic that you can't, disagree with or deny. But they're great for a reason. Fam comes from a place where the bananas are top tier. Nice.
Sate, 演算状態に入るとしよう。
Or maybe those who may be good or bad do both good and bad things. Yeah.
だだっ広い荒れ地だ。これが旅人の意識空間なのかい？
I'm not generally a fan of ones like Yae Miko. I don't think Yae Miko is morally gray at all, actually. She's good. In general. She's not lawful good. If anything, she's chaotic good. I don't think she's neutral. I think in writing they are the most interesting and nuanced. Definitely.
もっと豊かな心の持ち主だと思っていたけど。
You don't know what I've been through, Nefer.
あっちに誰かいる。
It's my brother.
何を見てるの？いいよ。じゃあ私も一緒に見る。お兄ちゃんが出会ったこと、
経験したこと、全部知りたいの。私はどこへ戻ったらいいんだろう。それともここに残っていわゆる英雄を続けるべきなのかな。走って戦って任務をこなして生活のために汗を流してパイモンのためにも稼ぐ。でも今の生活嫌いじゃない。唯一の不満はお兄ちゃんがいないことかな。
この意識層は人の本心を映す。旅人の心は思いと優しさで満ちてるようだね。
Technically, to me, no one is purely good, but every character needs to have some kind of struggle. Yeah. That's, you know, that's what being human is, right?
人は生きてる間、ずっと誰かを思い続けるものなのかもしれない。大切な人を思ってるからこそ、私たちは心臓の鼓動を強く感じられる。
さらに深く潜ってみよう。
Saving. Perfect.
ナシャタウンは生活する場所としては決して便利とは言えない。だが雰囲気は悪くなく人口も多い。
何が言いたいの？
そう構えるな。別に深い意味などない。ただお前の冒険の始まりにふさわしい場所を考えていただけだ。それともカーン・ルイヤに送ってほしいか？
See, the things that make Dottore attractive is like he has a really cool costume and outfit. He has really nice hair now, but we can't see his face. It's covered, right? And like there's like a confidence in the way he carries himself, right? That's obviously his hubris. But those are like the attractive qualities about him, right? But he's still a sociopath. What was the saying? Life is like 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it, or whatever the percentage was. I've never heard that saying, but that sounds right. Dottore has a cool new design, and I also think he makes a great antagonist, but for people who actually like him, I don't trust. Yeah. For all we know, he could have an NPC's face. Yeah, the bottom of his face makes it seem like he just has an NPC face.
カーン・ルイヤはもうこの世界に存在しない。
3つの月が何を意味しているのか、まだ理解できていないようだ。過去に消えたものでも、今の私になら再現できるのだよ。お前はただ見たくないだけなのだろう。そこにどんな答えがあり、肉親がどう思っているのかを。であるならば、私がどうこうするのは控えよう。
I think also like his seemingly NPC face might also be because they made him a long time ago. I think they showed his face when he was younger in one of the time limited events. Really? I know. I remember what he looks like in the manga. This scene. What do you mean this scene? Don't do things like that.
協力関係を築くには多少なりとも温情が必要だからな。後ほど。
まずい。何を
To be honest, he's kind of a baddie, but he still cares nothing for you or anything you care about. You're just a pile of flesh and bones to tinker with. Yeah. Well, like, us as the traveler, he only wants to use us. Like, the only reason he wants us is because we're useful. We can be useful to him. That's all. I wonder if they updated his model since Sumeru. I doubt it, actually. Well, no, I don't. Okay, I don't think they updated his model. I think, but they do think they updated his skeleton, because like the way he moves around during like that first fight is like so much smoother and like detailed.
何をするつもり？
動くな。異物がいるようだ。ほう、逃げ足が速い。
あんたが助けてくれたのかい？
早く接続を切らないとドットーレがあなたを捕らえて壊してしまいそうだったから。
Oh, Doggo wants to come in. 1 second.
そういうのは一度で十分よ。あなたは勇敢だったし、よくやったわ。
ありがとね。でも今はそんな話をしている場合じゃなさそうだ。
どっとこ。
もしもし。
旅人の居場所、だいたい見当がついたよ。
どうしてずっと真っ暗なの？目を開けても何も見えない。一体何が？
おっと、すまない。気づかなかったかもしれないが、先ほどまでお前の友人がその脳を覗き見ていたのだよ。
もしかしてネフェル？でもどうやって？私と関係あるものを使って覗いたのかな？
彼女は今のお前の状況を知っていると思うか？だんまりか。私はただお前の時間を遅くすることで侵入を妨害し、盗み見するような不届き者を捕らえようとしただけなのだがな。時間を操る。この能力は実に面白い。お前が目を閉じた瞬間、時間は厚みを増し、最も重い媒質よりも粘性を帯びた。
I love how much the traveler has been able to talk recently. I'm in the minority that I don't like it, but I understand why other people like it. Like, since I'm very much a self-insert type of person, I want my voice to be there, you know? My internal voice. Oh, my camera. My internal voice or my external voice when I actually read it out loud. But yeah, I can understand why people like it, because other people that are not me, they see the traveler as like their own person, and so they think like, oh, mute protagonist is so dumb. But there's supposed to be there's supposed to be an element of being able to self-insert.
その目を閉じてから開くまでの間に1ヶ月もの時が過ぎたのだよ。しかしその1ヶ月は他人に何の影響も与えず意味も持たない。これは神のみに許される所業だ。
Hello.
また自分の力を見せつけられて嬉しいの？
いや、今回のはただの試運転に過ぎない。私は実践派でね。それに何を隠そう。まだ制御しきれていない。少し眠らせるつもりが1ヶ月も経ってしまった。 時間の権能というのは実に繊細な操作を必要とするようだ。
I personally just feel like viewing the traveler like an outsider, like I'm experiencing their story. Right, yeah. That's how a lot of people, like, enjoy it. Like, they see the traveler as their own character and you're watching their story. For me, I am the traveler. That's why I have, you know, my own name. And not some random name, like potato. You know?
まさか怒っているのか？たった1ヶ月だ。大したことではない。1年や10年、ましてや100年だったらどうなっていたか。
私をここに閉じ込めて何百万年だって眠らせたらいいよ。口では協力関係を築きたいとか言ってるけど、どうせこんなもてなししかできないんでしょ。
何百万年？それに何の意味がある？お前は人間というものをまだよく理解していないようだな。人間とは極めて現実的な生き物で、自分の感じ取れる範囲のことにしか実感を持てない。私がお前を1週間ここに置いたとして、まだ人々はお前の辛さを理解できるだろう。しかしその時間が100年、1000年、1万年と伸びたら、そう、数字が大きくなるほど全て意味を失ってしまうのだよ。人々はお前の苦しみを想像できず、理解もできない。残念ながら、このテイワットには確かに神がいるが、多くは凡人だ。限られた寿命、脆い肉体。そんな存在にお前が理解されると思うか？お前の長い寿命、そして特別な出自は彼らとの違いをはっきり示している。ではどうすれば異端者が排除されずに済むだろうか。
I think Nefer's definitely one of those characters for me. She's done bad, but I can tell she has a good heart. Yeah. Like, there are always gonna be people that do bad things, but for the greater good, right? That's what they call a, anti-hero. Albedo told our traveler that their bodily composition is very close to a human of Teyvat. Yeah, he did. But we're still not from Teyvat. Like, it's similar to like how, like, for example, in like Star Wars or Star Trek, the humans from Earth come across a lot of very similar species on other planets and stuff, right? Like in Star Trek, what's that one species? Oh gosh, what's it called? What are they called? Oh my gosh, what are they called? Oh, what are they called? What are they called? Okay, I have to look it up. Species in Star Trek. Yes, list of Star Trek aliens, I guess. Anar, Andorian, and goes Bajoran. That's the one. I remember to start with a B. So like there's there's the Bajoran species in Star Trek. They're very, very similar to humans. So much so that a Bajoran can give birth, like they can act as like a surrogate for a human baby. I don't dislike Nefer. Yeah, obviously we are much longer lived and can contain like infinite. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know where we're from. We don't know why we're we're that special. But we know that we're special to begin with because we're traveling the universe, right? Yeah. The only reason I know about that is because I was introduced to Star Trek in more recent times.
異端者。
はあ、お前のことを思うと心が痛む。この世界はお前に数多くの使命を背負わせながら、その絶大な力で小さな望みを叶えてやろうとすらしない。
Quite possibly the last survivors of a fallen race? Possibly. We aren't told. Well, maybe I'm forgetting something, but I don't think I recall anything about like the setting that we're given is that we're siblings looking for like a place to live because our own home planet is gone type of thing. The only thing that we were told or that we know is that we're traveling worlds. We're going from world to world, exploring kind of thing. They also refer as a descender, and that title holds a lot of weight. The descender only means something to Teyvat. Because anybody that has come from the outside world to Teyvat has had a huge impact in one way or another. They descended from, you know, the skies kind of thing.
世界はお前にあまりに不公平だ。
I actually missed the last thing he said. The world has made you into a slave so many times you have served its will, and not once have the powers that be ever thought to grant you the one simple thing you wish for. What do you think I wish for, huh? Descenders can transcend Teyvat's law, supposedly. Yeah. Most people can't manipulate more than one element, right? Like Kazuha, he was only briefly able to manipulate. Was it Electro or? I think it was Electro. Yeah, because of his friend. And that was like something he was looking into, right? But no one else can manipulate more than one. A huge impact, you might even say. Yeah, Genshin impact. But they can also get butchered into 7 pieces and their bodies used to make gnosis. Can I ask what you think about this VA? Because Faye and I know someone who is willing to forgive Dottore because of the VA. Well, I said earlier, but to me, he sounds like an older man. Like, not dateable age kind of thing.
Daから私がお前に特権を与えよう。降臨者であるお前を本来あるべき地位へ戻すために。
We know that actually he's lived for a very, very long time. He doesn't look it though because he's like attained God status, like basically. You're one of the few and I appreciate it. Really? Oh, back to Columbina. I love you, dear, but your one character is still a creep.
あの空間には3回入ったけど、まだわからないことだらけ。私が戻った過去は時間をどんどん遡ってる。でも場所はどうやって決まってるんだろう。今ある手がかりから考えると、どの過去も旅人の近くに現れてる。確かに旅人の周りからはどこか知ってる気配を感じたけど、一 体どういうことだろう。
To be fair, this person made the distinction that their voice, although sounds hot, their actions do not get a pass. I see. Okay, well that's good. The person who thinks he deserves a pass just because of his attractive voice, no. No, no, no. Like anybody who likes him likes him, like it's like, would you want to be his like test subject, like in his experiment? He will kill you without a second thought, you know.
ひとまず考えながら先に進もう。
人はいつもそうだ。本質を理解しないまま力を欲す。
Oh, this time.
制御もできないくせにな。
ここはスターダストビーチ。月の狩人が自分の体を取り戻す前かな。
また大砲になんか仕掛けたんだろう。今度こそ思い通りにはさせないからな。
大砲。あの時私は銀月の庭にいて、ナシャタウンから伝わってきた空爆の異常な波を感じ取った。その後スターダストビーチから不穏な力が届いて、
かつての俺は幾千万もの破片に分解され、混沌とした時間の中に投げ込まれた。それでも俺の命と意志が消えることはなかった。
もしここで月の狩人の復活を阻止できたら。
I did come across someone's stream who was all in on Dotore. I thought they were trolling, but they weren't. Yikes.
でもどうすれば。今の私にできることを考えなきゃ。
旅人、後ろ光が。
あ、間に合わない。あれって私が前に旅人に教えた空爆のシールド。まさかレーザーを防ごうとしてる。旅人の力なら耐えられるだろうけど、空爆同士がぶつかったら多分他の場所にも影響が出る。瀕死と蒼月の子たちに被害が出るかも。
ちなみにコロンビーナさん、一つ伺いたいのですが、先ほど空爆のレーザー砲がそれた時、飛散したレーザーのいくつかが瀕死島に向かいましたが、何かによって防がれていました。あれもあなたが？
まさかあれって私が、未来の私がやったの？
I don't remember that.
でも今の力じゃ。
そ
んなこと考えてる場合じゃない。絶対間に合わせなきゃ。蒼月、大地などくらいに眠る月光よ。この呼びかけが届くなら、感じられるのなら、もう一度だけ答えて。
Oh, I gotta press it. I gotta press it.
成功した。
Good thing I don't look up to the GI fan base for any kind of moral guidance. Has anyone read Mirai Nikki? I have not. That cutie jump scared you?
起きなさい。
Oh, Sandalone?
ちょっと聞こえてるの？コロンビーナ、起きなさいってば。
おはよう、サンドローネ。
今午後の3時なんだけど、人の部屋で昼寝しないでくれる？
ここ落ち着くんだよね。君のコーヒーすごく苦くてまずいけど、いい香りがするから。
まるで森で育ったみたいね。あなたがいたところには草を煎じたお茶以外何もなかったの？
蒼月のこの暮らしは質素で、ファドゥイとはだいぶ違うから。
ならこれも食べたことないんじゃない？
いい香り。
これはフォンテーヌでしか買えないお菓子よ。今日は暇だったからちょっと作ってみたの。後でロザリンも来るけど、あなたがどうしても今すぐ食べたいってんなら食べさせてあげないことも。
She didn't wait.
ちょっと人の話は最後まで聞きなさいよ。その蒼月のことやらはレディーとしての食事作法すら教えてくれなかったの？それとも立派な月神様だからそんなルール関係ないとか？
すっごく美味しい。
当たり前よ。この私が作ったんだから。
サンドローネの機械油の匂いが混じってるかと思った。
ちょっと。ねえ、前から気になっていたんだけど、なんでもともと暮らしていたところを離れてファデューに入ったの
？We've talked about anime a bunch of times actually. I do watch anime. I'm really bad about keeping up though. But although it's mostly because I'm just like tired of shonen, which is all that's really like marketed, you know? It's hard to keep up with like the latest seasons of anime. I do want to get caught up with Spy Family though. And what's another thing that I watched more recently? I really liked Apothecary Diaries. What else? Delicious in Dungeon. I also really like that too. I know a lot of people like are really like Dun Dun Dun. I know that's popular. I don't know what that's about though. I think that's only the recent things I've been or I have watched. Right? Yeah. Used to really be big on anime, but the barrage of shonen isekai seasonal shows really tired me out. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind isekai. Actually, like, I don't mind isekai at all, though there are a lot of them. But here's the thing, like, there's a difference between isekai and reincarnation. I think in the reincarnation isekai like combo has gotten really like saturated. But I don't mind it. It's just like similar to like how I'm tired of shonen. I'm tired of anime where the protagonist is a guy. Like I miss when there were more shoujo anime. I would like to see like a josei anime actually be popular. Or just like, you know, an interesting cast of characters where the focus is not just on the main guy. Like Delicious in the Dungeon, like the main character is technically, I forgot their names already. I can't believe it. Hold on. It's been a while since it's been a short while since I watched it. I forgot their names already. I will when I hear them I'll recognize them. Delicious or Dungeon Meshi. I just say Dungeon Meshi characters. Marcial? No, Laios. He's technically the main character, but all the other characters get so much focus that it doesn't feel like he's like the sole focus. It doesn't feel like he's like the main character, you know? Like he interacts with everyone else so constantly and frequently that it's not just about him, right? It's not just his story about him conquering something or winning something. Like his mission is to go save his sister, right? What shows do you picture when you mention shoujo? Oh, the classics. I'm a big Sailor Moon fan. What else do I like? You know, Cardcaptor Sakura. Even some older ones like Magic Knight Re-Earth. Well, the Magic Knight Re-Earth, I read the manga. I didn't watch the anime, and I'm glad I didn't, because kind of looks I much prefer the manga. Fushigi Yugi. Yeah, that was an OG isekai, and I really liked it. I never finished it, actually. I was reading the manga of that. I didn't watch the anime of that either. That's another one I want to finish. It's not just power fantasy like Solo Leveling. Yeah, like part of me wants to like read/watch Solo Leveling because it's so popular, but I know it's just gonna be like every other like shonen like solo guy who needs nobody and he's like the most powerful guy because he's somehow special. I'm just not really into the isekai genre. I initially got into anime through rom-coms, then more into psychological and thrillers. Oh, okay, yeah. Aura farming, yeah. yeah. Like all the pictures that I see of Solo Leveling, that's all the I don't even know his name, the main character. Like his picture is just screams aura farming, right? But I don't have anything against isekai. Reincarnation. I'm guilty of reading a lot of reincarnation manhwa, but like villainous ones, or not necessarily villainous ones. Actually, I did have a kick of like strictly villainous ones, and I still read a lot of them. But now I read like more than just villainous ones. There was like a small boom of villainous stuff too, but it didn't stick. But to get me to like watch like other stuff like psychological stuff and like thriller stuff, I would need to like watch it with other people, because that's not something that I would like go out of my way to do on my own. The scene in the previous Archon quest where Columbina almost reaches Traveler and made me think of Mirai Nikki, which is why I brought it up. Oh, I see. Almost reaches Traveler despite being like invisible and not actually there. Oh, okay.
まさか食べ物がまずいなんてつまらない理由じゃないわよね。
あそこは私が想像してたのとちょっと違ってたんだ。
神として信者に頼られていたんでしょ。適当に願いを叶えてあげればただ飯にありつけて悪くなさそうだけど。
じゃあただ飯のためにサンドローネは他人を助けるの？
どういうこと？
博士から聞いたんだけど、サンドローネって偉大な機械一個に作られたんだよね。
機械工よ。ち、あいつ余計なことを。
It's been over 10 years since I've watched Mirai Nikki. I feel old. Which one is that? Mirai Nikki. I've heard the name, but Oh no, that's where that picture comes from. I see. It's a Japanese manga series and written and illustrated by Sakai Esuno. The plot depicts the diary game, a deadly battle royale between 12 different individuals who are given future diaries, special diaries that can predict the future, by Deus Ex Machina, the god of time and space, with the last survivor becoming the heir to the universe. I see. It's one of the most iconic yandere in all of anime. Oh, I see. That's another genre that I was tired of and I don't care for to begin with, really. No, okay, no, I can't say that. I tried it. I gave it a try, but I was like, yeah, no, this isn't for me. Battle Royale. I remember there was a time when the Battle Royale genre had a boom. It's not for me.
その機械校はなんだっけ。
推薦十字結社よ。
そう、それ推薦十字結社と関係があるんでしょ。じゃあサンドローネはその人たちの願いを叶えてあげるの？は
あ？冗談でしょ。お金を積まれたって絶対嫌よ。あの連中とは全然知り合いじゃないし。
うん、それと同じだよ。私も私に願いを託した人たちとあんまり親しくないの。
ふん、そう。その点だけは意見が合うわね。アランのやつ、晩年になって私に何かやりたいことはないか、何か願いはないかって聞いてきたのよ。ふん、願いなんてないし、逆に他人の願いを叶えてやるつもりだって全くないわ。
アランって誰？
あいつよ、言ってもどうせあなたは覚えないわよね。とにかく私が言いたいのは、あなたも私も他人のために身を捧げるようなタイプじゃないってこと。
Yeah, Cardcaptor Sakura is one of the ones I mentioned. That's another one that a manga that I started reading and I never finished. I also watched a bit of the anime and never finished it. Shoujo anime. Yeah. Sailor Moon. It's my all-time favorite. Let's see. IMDb. My top 50. Who's my? Oh, okay. I guess this is a pretty decent list to go look at. Fruits Basket. Ah. That's a show that I started and never finished. The original one. I haven't watched the remake because I haven't finished the original. Banana Fish. I know a lot of people like Banana Fish. I never watched it. Karekano. I have heard of that. I don't know what it's about though. Kimi ni Todoke. One that I've heard of but never watched. Maid-sama. I started reading that manga, but I had to stop because I was getting really frustrated. So you watch Fruits Basket? A lot of people love it, and I like the premise, but I don't know why I stopped watching it. I think maybe it was I got to a point where the anime was just dragging. I loved Maid-sama. Maybe the anime is better, but I got fed up with the manga. It was literally just constantly repeat of her on the verge of accepting the fact that he likes her, but she's like, no, and then she goes on with her day. That just that happens literally every chapter. I was like, are you kidding me? I watched it way back in middle school, so I might feel differently about it now. The first thing of Karekano was done by Hideaki Anno, so it had a lot of classical music. but it was a high school drama about different faces we show people. Oh, I like that. Oran High School Host Club, classic. Kami-sama Kiss, I've heard of it, never watched it. Sailor Moon, #1 favorite. Card Captor Sakura, love it. Natsume's Book of Friends, heard of it, never watched it. Kageki Shoujo, never heard of it. A Sign of Affection, never heard of it. Yona of the Dawn, I've seen the name, but I've never watched it. Or Lovely Complex, oh, that one. I know about it, but I never felt the urge to read it. Nana, I love Nana. I would consider that more josei than shoujo, actually. Kami-sama Kiss was really good. I remember watching it when it was airing. Oh, okay. Say I Love You? I don't know that one. Oh, wait, no. I think I started watching that, but then I got, like, fed up and I stopped watching it. The Yuzuki Family's 4 Sons, never heard of it. Fushigi, love it. Snow White with the red hair. I've seen that name on anime list, but never watched it. Tonari no Kaibutsu-kun? I think I've seen the name before. Blue Spring Ride? I've heard of the name. My Next Life as a Villainess, All Routes Lead to Doom. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Hold on, let me look at it. My Next Life as a... Is that the one that also became a game? I think it is. I do want to check that out at some point. Ore Monogatari? Oh, I've seen like pictures from it, but I didn't know the name of the anime. School Babysitters? I don't know. I'm the villainess, so I'm taming the final boss? What's this? A doomed villainess in a dating game realizes her fate and role and seeks to prevent her doom by romantically connecting with the game's other villain. Ooh, that sounds right up my alley. Okay, I'm gonna look into that later. Oh, my dog farted. Oy. Special A, never heard of it. Okami Shoujo to Kurouji. I think I may have seen the name before. The World is Still Beautiful, I don't know. 3D Kanojo Real Girl, I don't know. Mischievous Kiss, I don't know. How do you feel about reverse harems? It depends on how it's done. There's one manhwa that I started reading last year called The Men of the Harem. Like literally it's called The Men of the Harem. And I wasn't sure how I would feel about it, but I really like it. I really like it. I do enjoy reverse harems. I don't like that it's called a reverse harem because like just like the default of a harem shouldn't be like a bunch of women for one man. Like a harem is a harem, you know. Equal opportunity, you know. But anyway. I haven't consumed enough of that type of oops, my camera's gonna die. I need to like hurry up and get to a point where I can like stop. I haven't consumed enough of like I hate calling it that, reverse harem to know if I like it a lot. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the game so we can get to because my camera's gonna die.
ついでに聞くけど、あなたはどんな場所ならずっといたいと思うの？
私にできないことを求めたり、私を崇拝したり、恐れたりせず、ただ自然に話してくれる人がいるところかな。できれば行きたい場所に自由に出入りできて、コーヒーとお菓子の香りが漂ってる場所がいい。
残念ね。そんな場所この世界にないわよ。さっさとお菓子を持って自分の部屋に戻ってちょうだい。
私気を失ってたの。やっぱりここに戻されちゃった。それに昔の夢を見た。サンドローネ、旅人。
頑張って camera, 頑張って camera. It kind of already gives off a negative connotation, like, oh, it's a harem anime, or oh, it's a reverse harem anime. Like, you can call it a harem anime if you want, but I just don't like that it, like, you have to distinguish a harem anime where the main character is a female, and they have a bunch of male characters that are part of the group, as a reverse reverse harem. Does that make sense? That's what I was trying to get at. Like, it should be just harem either way. Like, whether the main character is a guy or whether the main character is a girl. Like, why does it have to be a reverse harem, you know? Like, let's look at the definition of a harem really quick. Harem definition. Okay, Merriam-Webster's definitions. There's multiple. A usually secluded house or part of a house allotted to women in some Muslim households. Okay. Or the wives, concubines, female relatives, and servants occupying a harem. Another definition: a group of women associated with one man. Another definition: a group of females associated with one male, used of polygamous animals. Are these the only definitions? I feel like there should be more. I'll look at Cambridge Dictionary. I could be wrong. Especially in the past in some Muslim societies, the wives or other female sexual partners of a man or the part of a house in which they live. Okay. Is that the only definition? What the heck? There's only the definition that has to do with, like... Oh, I guess, okay, it says, especially in Muslim things. Interesting. Is that where it came from? Oh, even my earbuds are saying they need, they're running low on power. Okay, well, if there are no official other definitions, I stand corrected. Reverse harem is accurate. I thought the reverse of a harem was a stable. Oh, you know what? Anime stable genre? That wouldn't be. Harem versus stable. I'm not seeing anything, but I feel like I've heard that before. If someone knows where to find information about that, show me.
みんなに会いたいな。さっきヒーシ島の空爆を借りることができたみたい。でもなんでそんなことができたんだろう。ここの時間は確かに遡ってる。そしてどこか覚えのある力を借りて過去の空間に入ることができる。みんなが言ってた謎の助っ人って私だったんだ。もうあんまり力が残ってないみたい。この空間の終点はどこなんだろう。時間は永遠に流れ続けるの？ みんなのところへ戻る方法を見つけられるかな。
Oh, finally. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to stop here. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Commissions are done. Can I do resin really quick? Just like a good chunk of time for plot. Yeah, let me see if I can just spend my resin really quick. We can knock it out? Okay, okay. What do I need? What do I need? Today is Friday, so this is not open. So I guess this boss, it's really annoying. Okay. If anyone, was there anyone that wanted to join me for this or no? If not, I'll just try to do it myself as fast as I can, which is not fast at all because I don't have artifacts. Oh. Yay. Okay, you're gonna have to carry me if you're playing Flynn's because I don't have any other leveled Nodcry character. What are everyone's favorite animated film or anime film? I don't think I have one actually. Oh, this part. Oh, yeah. Oh, so much faster with friends. Gotta do this 4 times, or as many times as I need to. Well, either 4 times, or if I reach 46 somehow. I don't think I will, but let me respawn. I do like Belle. Now that I think about it, even though like I don't actually. No, I can't say that's my favorite. I did really enjoy it though. I'll just watch for now since it'll take time for me to boot up. No worries. Someday before Alice, I'll download the game again. Have you seen it as silent voice? I have not. I probably need to teleport away as well. I know that like Your Name or Kimi no Nawa is a big one. I haven't yet to watch it actually. That's 2. I'm at 36 out of 46. I need 10 more. More often than not, I'd end up getting 45 of those boss materials, and I'm just like, why? Wait, what do you mean? Because you don't need them, or? I watched Weathering with You with the girl and we hated it. Weathering with You? I haven't heard of that one. Oh, you mean like 45 out of 46. I see. Yeah, that's happened to me before. Yeah. You like that one? Oh no. That's 3. 38 out of 46. I need 8 more. The Ghibli movies are obviously really good. We saw La Puta together. The classics like Totoro. Ponyo was good. But I have there's a bunch I still haven't watched. Like I love Howl's Moving Castle was great. I like Suzume as well. I've heard of that one. I don't know. I like Suzume the most. Don't get hit. If I'm not attacking. Wahoo! I'm at 41 out of 46. Just need 5 more. And I'm done with this stupid monster. Go to Nasha Town. Princess Mononoke is probably my favorite of the Ghibli films. It was also my first Ghibli film. Yeah, that's a big one for most people. I haven't watched that one. Uh-oh, I lost sound on my left side. We gotta hurry. I could just swap earbuds, but there's it's my camera that I'm worried about. Okay. So I'm gonna go mine really quick. Yeah, I was hoping that like we could do a Ghibli marathon like we've been doing with Disney. I don't know when we're gonna do that though. Well, I mean like, well now that we're officially having like a monthly movie night, it's more likely. I need an animal character. Grave of Fireflies? Oof. Oh my gosh, Grave of Fireflies is so sad. Like, I do recommend watching it because of like how, you know, it's oh, there's nothing there. I do recommend watching it, if only because it's, you know, it's a classic Ghibli movie, and it's like that one is a more historical one. What it might be It might be because of the weather. But if I was just, well, if it was the internet, it wouldn't just, it would be more than just my stream. It would be the game as well. I didn't see my ping shoot down though. Thank you for breaking all the rocks for me. What was I saying? Okay, we got all the ores. Thank you. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up here. Oh, right, Grave of Fireflies. The person that the movie is about, he doesn't like the movie because, thank you for helping. He doesn't like the movie because it doesn't have a true depiction of what he did in his life. And something that he's very regretful about. I'm not gonna say more than that because it's a spoiler for anybody who hasn't watched it yet. But yeah, there's like something like really serious that he did in his life, and he regrets it like deeply. And the movie made him do something different, or the movie made it look like something different happened, and he doesn't like that. An underrated film is The Corner of the World, sort of in the same setting as Grave of Fireflies. Oh, okay, I haven't heard of that one. Malika is the only Archon I didn't go out of my way for. I have to get all the Archons, and I did so far. I have so far. Imagine seeing a flying motorcycle during the age when Zhongli was on banner. That'd be crazy. I pretty much skipped most Natlan and for Shilonen and Malika. Oh, interesting. Yeah, actually, I didn't get many of them. I skipped the early. I skipped like half of the Natlan characters actually. I want to eventually get them. But yeah, I only have Shilonen, Sidlali, and Malika. I don't have Varessa, I don't have Kanish, I don't have Mualani. Yeah. I don't have Eon-san, but she's a 4-star character. I'm not gonna chase her. But yeah. Anyway. Thank you all so much for joining me today. It was a longer stream because I was really into the plot of this of Archon quest. I will not continue this. I will continue this next week so you guys can see my reaction. Yeah. Thank you all again so much. Please leave a like if you enjoyed the stream. Please leave a comment if you'd like to share your thoughts. Please subscribe on YouTube and or follow on Twitch if you'd like to see more Genshin streams. No stream tomorrow. It's gonna be a rest day. But we'll be back on Sunday for more Phoenix, right? Ace Attorney. Will you be streaming Lantern Rite? Yes, I will. Hopefully I can finish the Archon quest in time. And if you're going to bed, I hope you rest well and have sweet dreams. If your day's just getting started, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I hope to see you all on Sunday. Ta-ta!